A light in the room, it was you who was standing there. Tried, it was true, as your glance met my stare. But your heart drifted off, like the land split by sea. I try to go too far alone to kneel down at your feet. I'll run, I'll run, I'll run to you. I'll run, I'll run, I'll run to you. I've been settling scores, I've been fighting so long, but I've lost your war, and our kingdom is gone. How can I win back your heart, which was mine? I have broken bones and tattered clothes. I've run out of time.
My lovely, lovely imps. How are you all doing today? Nasty Redacted, The Silent Chloe, Paige Punk Corpse, Young Strap-On, Mrs. Trans Girl Jade, Joey Ravioli, Mistress Lynn, Put the Screw in the Tuna, E.B. the Purple, Uncle Gumball, Paige Punk Corpse, Zach Fletcher. Why did I say Zach? Zach Fletcher, Left, Felix Rios, Evil Morty, Grady HD, Perpetually Confused Calliope,
Just and waiting for me to take my heart home.
Morgport, Another Bored Person, Pink Skunk Sleepy, Xerex, Straw Hat Monty, Oracow, Leanne Scott, Mr. Mott, Brittles, King Intern, Trinity Tonos, Monkey, Ian Fisher, Billy Wise, Daniel Bullrice, Castrix, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Revan777, Shrazly, Respondent, Joseph Rose Tito, Al the Healer, Wakanda Grande,
To you, I'll run, I'll run, I'll run to you. I'll break down the gates of heaven. Thousand angels waiting for me. To you.
Zoe Vex, Haunted Furby, Renewed Wolf, thank you, Windleby, great to see you, hope you're doing wonderfully. Funny Valentine, the wonderful Sam Robson with the cover of Pentatonix's Run to You. It's really more of like a remix. It's not even just a cover. He had so much of his own. 1852D Derek, it is wonderful, wonderful to see you all here today. Thank you all for being here. Real quick, if you have not liked the stream, please make sure that you press like. There we go. Let's send this out. There we go. I got the little, I have to get the poll going. I keep forgetting to do the poll before I show up. But then you guys get to hear my nice typing, which is great. Right? How are you all doing today? I hope you're all doing wonderfully. I apologize if I seem a little bit more tired than usual. I actually completely forgot to take my medication this morning because I am not the smartest all the time. And also it's been a really, really busy week, which is part of the reason why I forgot. But I woke up really early. Oh, I didn't wake up really early this morning. I woke up slightly earlier than usual this morning and immediately went to run errands. And I wasn't able to complete the errands because they didn't have what I needed at the store, which is a real bummer. And then I got back and I realized, oh my God, it's almost time to stream. And I forgot to take my pills. Sucks. Yeah, sucks. But such is life. This has been a busy week. And it's going to be even busier because as many of you can probably see by the stream title, we are going to be saying goodbye to the studio tonight. And I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling tonight's gonna go about everything. I'm probably gonna be a little emotional about things. So enjoy it. Tonight will be pouring from the heart, as is usual, I guess, for my stream. But we're gonna be sending off the stream tonight because tomorrow I am breaking everything down in the studio and we are moving it over to the new studio. Why are we moving? We're not, well, actually, it's kind of funny. It might actually be sooner between this studio that we're putting together and the next new studio. But we have been in this studio for over 2 years now. This particular studio, we're almost at 3 years, right? Let's see. Yeah, so we're almost at year 3 of being in this studio. Right? Yeah. So we've been in here for a lot longer than it seems. I know, it seems like it was just yesterday that we were breaking down the old studio. But no, actually, we've been here for quite a while. And this studio has always had issues for me. I love it. I've done some amazing things with it. However, I am incredibly, incredibly limited. You might notice we're probably going to go look at a couple of my hit videos from the last 2 years just to go take a look and poke around at the studio and remember different eras. But you might notice that there's been a lot of visual consistency in this studio. And I want to change things before it got stagnant. You know what I mean? Before it started to feel tired out. That's never fun. But the reason for that is because you guys can't see it, but right there, actually you can see, oh no you can't, it's hidden. Oh, I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this. You guys can't even see where the light pours in, but right back there, right behind that dinosaur, there is actually a gigantic double window that you have never seen, ever. This entire time, right back there, there has been a and it's huge, okay? It's the entire, from right here, no, where is it? There. From right here all the way over to the left of those two Berserk books is all a deep set window. And I have been basically unable to move or rearrange anything in the room because of that. Because of the location of these windows and how much light that they actually dump into this room. And of course the fact that, you know, I can't just shoot my camera out my window. That's not exactly a good idea. But because of that, I've been unable to really move the room or rearrange things the way that I want to. You'll notice that we don't have any paintings up. I have paintings that I can hang on the wall in the new studio. I have, and also the other thing is, well, you know what? I could just, hold on a second. I'm gonna do something really, really weird, okay? No, should I? I don't even know if it'll show. Here we go. Let's see if this will work without breaking. Look at how high that ceiling is. It's literally like another 6 feet above my head, okay? It's a lot, okay? Hold on, let's get back down to here. Here we go. There we go. We restored it back to where it was. Right? So that ceiling is so high that the audio, since we moved here, has always been extremely boomy. And I still think my audio is very good, but the boominess drives me crazy. The echoiness, it always sounds like I'm sitting in the middle of a fucking warehouse. And yeah, right? It's kind of wild. So that's problem too. And actually you could, I don't know, oh, you probably couldn't even see it. Directly above my head, I put a dampening sound pad, and it has barely helped. But also, this room is very small, okay? What you are seeing right now is there's almost no more to this room, okay? I have been streaming in a very compact space, and it's been a bit much for being able to design the visual aspect of my stream, and that's pretty important to me, you know? Well, yeah, small rooms can be cozy, but this room is not cozy. I mean, no, it isn't. It's cramped, and that's the problem. Like, it's unfortunate. It's not the worst. I don't hate this room, but this room deserves to have its big window used, and we weren't able to do that for some time, but we can now. So the other room in our house is going to become the new studio, and that is going to be... Gayfesh says, I think the most people I've ever seen in that room at once was like 4, and it was already too much. Yep, it is very difficult to do anything or spend any time. The other room is slightly smaller than my old studio, but I'll be able to arrange it however I want because it's only going to be my computer in there. And I intend to set it up so that it has a more comfortable feel, and so that it can actually have some comfort to it, and it can be a real workspace. Because this room has been a bit of a make-do type situation. Farida Vid says, I thought you would be moving again. I am going to be moving again sometime in the future, but there's no date set for that. We don't know when we're going to be moving again. It could be a year from now. It could be 6 months from now. Who knows? We don't know yet. But if it's 6 months from now, well, I won't be doing a big dramatic send-off as much. But yeah, there'll be more creature comforts. Yeah, so in my old studio, the one, some of you might not even be familiar with my old studio. Let's bring it up here real quick. Let's bring up some shots of my old studio. Wait, I have pictures actually. Hold on a second. Let's go to the, let's do the, oh wait, no I don't. That's right, I don't have them on this computer. Yeah, I don't have them on this computer. That's okay, we can go to the old streams. It's all right, we can go to the old streams. We only have to go way back on my channel page. Holy moly. I have 374 streams up on my channel right now. And that's not even including the ones that have been taken down. Damn. Why'd this one get hit? Ugh. Looking back at some of my old streams, I'm like, god damn. It's actually kind of bullshit how many of these get demonetized. Oh, there's the early ones. Oh my god. There's the early streams of this studio when I had the haircut I didn't like. Here it is. Hey, here's the actual goodbye to the old studio video. That's a little bit meta, but we're gonna look at it anyway. Oh, you actually, oh, this was when I moved the focus a little bit. Boy, it did look good though, didn't it? There. Where's the full screen of this one? Oh, I want to see. There we go. There's a good shot. Here's the old stream, what the old stream layout looked like. So you can see there's a couch over here. We got the bookshelf with a bunch of stuff on it. We got lots of paintings up on the wall. We even have a Christmas thing in here. This studio was deceptive in that there was a lot of space between my desk and where the couch was, and on top of that, to my right side and left side, on either side of me was another person. Doe and Fawn both had their desks around me when I was streaming, and also we had a little like, I mean, it was like a giant dog bed, basically. It was a giant dog bed. You know, I got creatures, but I had a giant dog bed that was on the floor so that when you went into that room, you could just sit anywhere. The whole room was like a vibe space. It was a mega vibe space. It was so comfy in there. And the audio situation overall was significantly worse because that wall was like facing a hallway in the apartment building, but the room ambiance was better. Yeah, that studio there was a lot that I liked about that studio. Also, it's really weird because there was also a window right next to me, which is why on some days there's like a lot of light on one side of my face, and then, wait, yeah, it would be on my, okay, so this is this image right here, I used to flip the camera to make it all work out. So on the left side here, wait, let me think about this. No, it would have been on this side, because it would have been the left side, which flipped right side. I'm trying to think about this. Anyway, from where I was sitting at the time to the right side was, yes, it was this side. Sometimes there would be window light. And it was very strange, but also manageable in a weird way. But it did mean there was a lot of variance. There is unlikely to be a whole lot of light variance in my new stream room. However, we are not going to be in the dark void. The natural lighting is going to be controlled, but not completely removed. And we're gonna have wall space. which means there's going to be all kinds of cool stuff. I have so many plans for the new studio. It's probably going to take me a week or so to get everything, maybe a little more. I don't know how long it's going to take. I'll probably be away from streaming for a little bit. Not that long, though. Velvet, I'm not retiring yet. Although, I'll probably talk about some stuff about that tonight. I'm not planning on retiring yet. Not for a while, in fact, if everything goes ideally. But I can't help but think about lots of things whenever it's time to do a big change like this. I don't know. I put a lot of, I don't really care, like, I don't know. Some people think that streaming is just a rise and grind type thing. And maybe it is for some people. But for me, streaming has never just been rise and grind. Streaming has always been something that I pour a lot of emotion and a lot of artistic thought into, which is part of the reason why I end up with studios that look so different over time. And I've done so many different things. I mean, hell, like even if you go forward to when or back here, like look at this. Here's a shot. This is what it looked like when we packed up. We put in the mirror, so we had the glowing yellow warm light. We had changed the depth of focus. We had changed the position of the microphone. We had all the stuffies just loaded with stuff. The paintings kept changing. Anyway, the point is, I put in a lot of artistic thought into my stream, for better or worse. I don't know. So it gets intense, you know, my feelings around these things get intense whenever it's time for a big change like this, you know? Yeah. I've seen some people getting a little mad at my stream title. Thankfully, a lot of people were just kind of like generally chill about it. I didn't really mean to make. I did do a little bit of clickbait. Like I was trying to generate interest because I don't just want to say I'm changing studios. You have to be able to make eye-catching titles. That is part of the job. But I didn't really mean for like. When I put on the change is good thing, I didn't really think everyone was gonna think I was dying or something, but I'm sorry that if I worried anyone, you geese. It's a lot to change a studio, and also I want to give honor to this studio. You know, yes, I'm fine to admit that I was goofing around a little bit, not nearly as much as some people seem to think, but yeah. But the main thing was I want us to be able to enjoy sending off the studio and going, wow, like we've been here for a long time. You guys have all watched me in this black void with red lights, in this, I don't know, nightmare pit for a long time. And yeah, I know, right? I don't know. How many has it been? Isn't this your 4th year? Yes, this is I am now on 4 years and 2 months of streaming. We streamed in the first place for about 2.5 years, and here about 2 years. Wait, no, it's been over 2 years here, so it must have been slightly. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, okay. Wait, I'm trying to think. So yeah, it would have been slightly more than 2 years in the first one, and just about 2 years. Wait, how's that? Yeah, exactly. No, and then just about 2 years here. So it was like give or take. No, it wasn't quite. I don't know. My math is not adding up for some reason. Why am I struggling so much? I'm thinking. So we started in February. No, the end of it. That's why. Because I've got the months wrong. We started in the end of February of 2020, and then I moved in the middle of 2022. So it was slightly less than 2 years in the first place. And then slightly more than 2 years here. Prosy Rosie says, what's happening? You're moving? We're moving studios. So I'm changing my studio to a very different room that is going to look very different. Yeah. Has it really been that long? The old bare room feels like it was just last year. Wow, I know, time flies, right? Yeah, the old terrible room. the embarrassing empty room when I was just flying by the seat of my pants back in the old days. Hold on, I can find that. This is gonna be, by the way, just as a warning for all of you, and as a teaser for those of you who are the hardest core fans, this is gonna be a bit of a rambly and disorganized stream. Don't expect this to be a some kind of super organized experience or whatever. Damn, here we go. Here's one. Oh my God. Wow. I actually had a kind of, and there were so many different steps. Oh God, here we go. Here we go. Wow, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. Wait, that's not the right one. Where's the other one? I want to go back to the terrible earliest. Yeah, there we go. Ready? Okay, hold on. Here we go. We're gonna go through time. Are you guys ready? It's time to travel through time. Okay? Wait. Here we go. The Spibbity Spoo. Oh my God, that's a blast from the past. Ready? Spibbity Spoo.
Yeah,
so here's the old bare ass room. When I was just flying and just making, I was just sitting there going, I gotta make something, whether people watch or not. Hey, I see Windleby in chat. Base, look at you, look at that, Windleby in chat. This was back when Fawn used to come in chat. Oh yeah, this was with the Discord chat. This was before I had the website chat. Hev says, I miss Spibbity Spoo, right? Right? Yeah, it was actually for more than 2 streams, believe it or not. But yeah, we didn't have it for so long. God damn. What a room. Wow, it was so empty. We just had Kingdom Hearts poster, the old protest sign. Wow. The old Pepe's. Hey, there's Gayfesh. Silent. Wow. Incredible. I am not retiring, Joseph Bros Tito. Not yet. Not yet. I still got fight in me. I am just retiring this studio, okay? So here was phase 2, approximately. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey. Hey. I didn't ask for somebody else to, oh God, we did a, oh my God, I forgot. We did a fucking maximalism stream. Here we go. Here was phase 2 of the studio. I added the couch and this bookshelf. We had the guitar in the background. We had some like mood lighting. This was when the couch was right here in the background. You could see the little creatures poking out and all that. What a time. The red hair, oh, I love that. I want to get my hair done again soon. I'll be honest, I've kind of neglected my hair. Not neglected, my hair is really healthy. As you can see, it's doing pretty good. It's healthy and growing and looks nice. But I haven't gotten it like styled in a while. I've just kind of been upkeeping it, and I really want to do it again. The red was great. It was really great. Oh my God, so many names that still come around all the time. Hey, see you later, Castrix. So this was phase 2, okay? Then we had phase 3, which was this one that I just showed, where we moved the couch over here. We had the lighting in the background. We had the string lights. We had all the art on the backdrop. We had the fully packed thing here. Bookshelf. Why am I struggling to remember what is wrong? Where is my brain? Oh, don't worry. I will be reading all the donos very shortly. Thank you very much for everyone who's donated. I started rambling. I didn't do any readings yet, but don't worry. We'll get there. I promise. Then, okay. So, then we went to, let's see, when was the first time we had the new, let's see what the new studio looked like. Do you guys remember how long I was gone for the new studio the first time? My God, that was a wild one. Oh man, this was a sick one. Remember this look?
Oh boy, here we go.
Damn, this was a banger. This was still from phase 2 though, where we had just started adding the art. I guess this was like phase 3, early phase 3, before we moved the couch, because I had added all the paintings. God, the paintings looked so good. I will not be gone that long, don't worry. With the fan plushies, these are displayed downstairs now. Honestly, I should find, well, you guys will see with the new studio. There'll be a place for all the fan plushies and everything. But yeah, this is with the Yeezy jacket. I am going to be having, oh my God, I forgot to, oh my God, I have so much exciting stuff to tell you. Yeah, I had the ones with the Yoda blanket up. The Yoda blanket lives on our couch. It's wonderful. We love the Yoda blanket. Does Yoda like the room the new studio is going to be in? I'll be honest, Yoda doesn't spend a whole lot of time like in any of the studios. Yoda used to spend some time in the other studios, but most of the rooms that okay, so the studios that this studio and the new studio are both on the second floor of our house, and Yoda almost always stays on the first floor unless it's bedtime. Actually, she does hang out in this room when I'm not streaming. When I'm like working on stuff and just working at my computer, she'll take a nap back in the corner over there. She likes to sleep over in the corner by the Christmas lights. But she never comes up here when I'm streaming for a couple reasons. She just doesn't like the noise. Now anyway, there was another thing I wanted to find. I wanted to try and find real quick what the first stream that had the new studio. Let's see here. That would have been, oh wow, it would have been really, okay, I think I found it. Yeah, I did. Yeah, found it. Here we go. Damn. There we go. The first version of the new studio. Cool, right? And you can see right now how many similarities there are. But also, there are some differences. I like that we zoomed the camera out. it was pretty cozy when it was super zoomed up, but it gave a lack of depth. And now, you know, I zoomed it out a little bit so you can get a little bit more of the, more of the room. But yeah, this is what it looked like. This is literally it. The Great Return, new studio, new season, new future. I wonder what I had to say here. Here is my atheism arc. I said that I was going to do an atheism arc, and I did. And then I got kind of annoyed. Oh, wow. Wait, the TJ debate review was here. And then shortly after, TJ came on my show.
The problems of modern political discussions, online and offline, is that everything has been captured into the sphere of electoral politics.
Oh! Oh, damn. I've been banging the same drum for a while. Damn, 2 years of me saying exactly that. Damn, that's what we call fucking consistency. I didn't even know what I was talking about in this one.
Everything has been abstracted away from from your life. Yeah, you can vote on some guy who will vote on something that might improve your life. But what the fuck are you supposed to do if you're hurting now, which many people are? What the fuck are you supposed to do if you are disenfranchised? So many people take for granted the sanctity of your ability to participate in the political process, and also that the political process has any chance of having a result.
Holy shit, the audio sounded so much worse. But I was still spitting. I was still spitting. But the audio sounded way worse. The audio sounds so much more rich now. It's like, still boomy. It's still, okay, so before it sounded like I was in a tin can. Now it sounds like I'm in like a warehouse that might be haunted. But my voice sounds way more rich. Yeah.
That will impact you positively. Because it's quite possible, and it has been in many.
Oh yeah. Also, part of the reason the audio sounds so weird is because this was when I was using the NVIDIA, what's it called? The NVIDIA smart noise removal because of the fan, because we didn't have AC in this building at all. And this was in the middle of the summer. So I was like dying of heat. You can actually see, if you watch,
Any time
you can actually
in history,
see my hair getting
in
blown
democracies,
around. But you don't hear the fan because of the AI noise cutting.
that if you so happen to belong to a class that is not liked, if you happen to have the wrong skin color, if you happen to have the wrong familial history, if you happen to have the wrong sexual inclinations, if you happen to have the wrong style or profession, that you're just shit out of luck, and no matter how hard you make your case, you'll be ignored. What the fuck are you supposed to?
Paige Punkcorp says, the short hair was really giving Metropolitan Lesbian, not gonna lie. You know, looking back on it,
Do that.
when I think back on the short hair era, I always cringe, but looking back on it, I actually look pretty good. People were so fucking mean about the short hair era. Like I swear to God, people were so fucking mean about it. I couldn't believe how mean people were. I don't feel like oh man, it sucked. Not to be like, I have a pretty thick skin, all things considered. Like, most of the shit that people say online these days does not get to me. But, sometimes the like sheer consistency of it, the sheer number of people willing to be an asshole about something can really get under your skin. And I won't lie, that kind of did a little bit. That kind of did. Kureem says the short hair era was my intro to Demon Mama. I loved it. Thank you. Leanne Scott says you have great style. Oh my God, you guys, just wait, okay? Just wait until you see the summer gets, okay? I decided to, I put aside a little bit of money and I bought some new summer wardrobe updates, and y'all are gonna fucking love them, okay? I'm telling you, my new picks go hard, okay? It's gonna be amazing. You guys are gonna love the new stuff, okay? I needed an update. I was getting frustrated because I was like, okay, the weather here was like cold, warm, mildly warm, freezing cold, mildly warm, literal sleet, mildly warm, cold, 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 cold. And I'm like, okay, well, I can't throw on my sweaters and my lovely cozy stuff. So I was like, I gotta do it. I gotta sit down and order a bunch of new clothes, and I got a whole bunch coming in. You guys are gonna love it. It's going to be amazing, okay? And I have so much to show. I have such sights to show you, okay? It's gonna be incredible. The Demon Mama fashion arc, I've always been on the fashion arc. There was never not a fashion arc, except for maybe my literal earliest streams when I was just trying to make sure that I turned on the camera and made something. It's always been the fashion arc. Have you guys seen my outfits? Did we just forget? Did we just forget the green dress that I just showed? This was a necklace made by Lonnie. I don't know if all of you remember Lonnie. Some very complicated things happened with that former member of this community. Not with me, with other people. But Lonnie made it, and it was an amazing piece of jewelry anyway. And this was a custom-made Demon Mama. It said Demon Mama. I have this green, huge green. I wish you could see me standing up with this dress. This is the green, fully flowing Olympian dress. It was incredible, okay? It was amazing. The necklace was incredible. Unfortunately, I still have that necklace, but I can't wear it anymore because the coating on the metal around the clasp wore off over time, and now it gives me an allergic reaction. Otherwise, I definitely would still be wearing it, but, you know. Wait, where did hold on, I just closed. Let me reopen this. I wanted to show you, can we just remember? Where was it here? Was it this one? I think it's this one. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can we just be 100% real? This outfit,
Oh boy.
can we fucking be real at how powerful this outfit was? Just, what an amazing look. Absolutely incredible, right? The fashion arc never ended, okay? It always was there. Hold on, wait. I know which one we gotta show off next. Hold on, I know what I gotta show off next. Sorry, everybody. It's gotta happen. And by that I say I'm not sorry at all. Hold on, here we go. Here we go, hold on. Where is it? Is it this stream? Wait, this is the wrong one. This is not the one. What's the, oh, it's the Rumble. Sorry, I thought it was the championship, but it was the Rumble. What? I'll find it. There it is. Oh, God, this was such a fire. I went so hard Can we remember this? I'm sorry, can we remember how unbelievably hard this stream went?
You all insult each other. Why does it matter? All you do is insult each other. That's what streamers do, isn't it? Well, you see, there's a difference between being mean, between being spicy.
The Harlequin dress? Oh, I went so hard on this one. I've told you, I have an outfit that is in reserve. And I don't want to tease it too much, because I don't want to ruin your lives. You know, I don't want you to be ruined by having to think about it. But I have a outfit that I have had for a while. I've never worn it. And it is going to blow your fucking minds when I use it. I have it planned for a very specific event that's still in the works and it needs to be done. It's still in the works and needs to be done. Can't let you in early. But it's gonna blow your fucking minds. Yeah, this was a killer. This was so funny.
Between bantering with one another and trying to ruin other people's lives and careers. And there's only really one content creator, maybe two, in this space that I can say genuinely engages in that. Vosh is the spiciest boy around, and he doesn't do any of that shit. Vosh is as spicy can be. Vosh brings out the most spicy insults ever, and guess what? Vosh still has relationships with creators in this entire space.
All right, don't want to watch this for too long because this is gonna get some serious drama. Fruitcast says, "Hey Demon Mama, did I miss the Odge Simpson segment? Isn't that Homer's dad?" No, I don't think he did. Good to see you, Fruitcast, by the way. We're look at this. Fruitcast, for real. Remember this? Remember this killer fit? Look at how insane my hair looked. God, it was so good. I'm gonna pull some crazy ones. We've done some crazy fits. Of course, we would be remiss. We would be totally remiss. Actually, I know how to find this one slightly faster. Hold on a second. If I didn't show off this one. Hold on a second, let me get it. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. This one. Come on now. Doesn't fucking bam matter at all. The fucking mean bullshit. Killer. I'm so proud of this. I'm so fucking proud. You know, one thing that I regret about the last like calendar year, is that I haven't gotten my nails done as nearly as much. And I'll tell you why that is. You guys can see I have fairly plain nails right now. But the last time I got them, I got the acrylics, which I loved. But I loved them while I had them. But when I had to get when the acrylics started to come off and I didn't want to have them on anymore, they demolished my nails. And they have not fully recovered even still. Like, especially on my right hand, 2 of my nails are like still damaged. Jade Monkey says, "Okay, I just arrived. Why are we saying goodbye? I'm moving studios. This is the last stream that any of you are going to see in this studio. This is it. Never again will there be a stream in this studio. This is it. Right now, you are looking at this studio for the last time. And, well, I'm going to see it when I take it apart, but this is the last time I'm ever going to perform in this studio. And, yeah, that's a lot. Grady HD says, I do love the black and gold on Demon Mama. Not my thing personally, but I'd wear the shit out of what she's wearing today. If you like the black and gold on me, boy, do I have some treats for you. Because black and gold is going to be very important to our new studio. And let me tell you, I got some big plans, okay? Big plans. Hoi Polloi 23 says, is there going to be a new studio? Yes, I am going to be working on the new studio over the next, well, I've been working on it for a while. The thing is, I don't know how long it's going to take for everything to get here. There are some things for the new studio that are still shipping. There are some things that are not yet, that I haven't yet ordered, but need to order, but wanted to make sure that everything's gonna fit. I have a lot of work in front of me. I've already been doing a ton of work. But yeah, it might take me a week, 2 weeks. I don't know exactly how long it's gonna be, but yeah. I'm telling you, the new studio is gonna be killer, okay? It's gonna be killer. Yeah. We're gonna talk about all kinds of stuff, you know, but she's moving into the Kaaba. It's actually really funny that you should say that, because one of the things that I found that I was looking at for the studio that was so attractive was an artistic interpretation. Hey, hi, how you doing?
Doing all right.
What you got?
You want food?
Yeah, I want food.
You want this place?
What's this place? Let me see. I don't know. What's this place? I've never heard of this place. Have we ever gone here before? I don't think we have. Oh, shit, this looks good. Oh. Okay, wait, I don't know if it looks good anymore. That looked good. Why are you hiding down there? You're not gonna... They're gonna see your head. Hello. Oh, there's Do. Do, this is the last time that you're gonna be able to crawl in here into the studio and make an appearance.
That's okay.
That's okay. Oh, you... See, Do doesn't like this room. This studio is not critter approved. I mean, it is in that Do supports me because Do's great like that, but I'm gonna get a chips and queso order. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is going on? Sorry, everybody. I gotta pick out food. I gotta be a good sport and make sure everybody gets fed and stuff, and that means me too. Okay, so they have a fairly simple menu. You're hiding. You're hiding so much. Hello, hidden creature. Blink. You can hide. It's okay. Oh, you're gonna play music in the background now? What are you hitting on the back of my chair? Wow, that was impressive. I'm gonna try their fish tacos, actually. I can't believe I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna do this. I want hot sauce. Oh, how hot is it? Ah, it can't be that hot. I thought you said no Christmas. I thought you said we were doing no Christmas stuff.
That was last stream.
That was last stream. This
It's
stream.
close enough to Christmas now.
Oh, we've ticked over, I see. All right, I don't want to overdo it, but I do think I want one of these. There we go. All right, I got mine. Here you go. All All right, you're sneaking out. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Say goodbye to the studio.
Bye, studio. Bye, stream friends.
They're called imps, you know. What were you gonna say? Were you
Nothing.
Gonna... Oh my
Nothing.
God, you were gonna. Doe almost said it. How many times have I had to tell you not to say the N-word?
Stop. You're,
What-
you're gaslighting.
What can I say? Southerners, am I right? Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie Jinmeyer. All right, so where were we? Where were we, huh? Where the hell were we? Hey, XVYabo. Nuts says, I'm from South Carolina. Why did you volunteer that after I just made a joke about how Southerners can't stop saying the N-word? Why did you volunteer that information, Nuts? Huh? Based beer bash. Based beer bash. I'm sorry to hear that. Put the screw in the tuna. Unfortunately, that can happen sometimes. I'm memeing. You know, this is just jokes. Obviously, there are racist people everywhere, and there are plenty of Southerners who aren't racist. Okay, and we're proud of them. Okay, we're proud of them for overcoming. Windleby says, any Midwest representation? This also, that also feels a little bit, given the context, that also kind of feels like you're asking whether or not Midwesterners say the N-word a lot. All right, all right. Young Strap-On says, Midwest values, let's go. No! Stop! What is you all are, this is a self-roast. I don't even have to do anything. You guys are self-roasting. This is the imp self-roast hour. I make one small joke and the entire chat goes. Oh my goodness. Real quick, let me read all my donations because I've gotten a lot of generous donations and they deserve to be read out. Let's do this. Let me read all the donos real quick because we've gotten a lot of them, and I wanna say that. Shrasley says Americans are endearingly weird. You know, living in America is kind of like living on another planet in a lot of ways. Everything's very strange here, and so we become strange in response to it. There's just no way around that. Jade Monkey with the two gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very, very much. Regina Miras with the $10 donation. Thank you very, very, very much. Regina Miras says, a little something to help with the move. Wait a second. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Yo, whoa, what's going on here? Why is my feed... What the? Hold on a minute. Something's going wrong. What the hell? Okay. Why? Why is this? I'm sorry, something's going horribly wrong. Okay, hold on a second. Regina Miras with the $10 gift, the $10 donation. Thank you very, very much. Regina Miras says, a little something to help with the move. Thank you. Jade Monkey with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. The studio is dead. Long live the new studio. Indeed. Thank you very much. Stone Razor with the tier 1 sub. Lotta Apples with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. Koopa Tetsudo with the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. All of you, thank you so much for supporting the show. Oracow with the $5 donation. I give this send-off to the of the studio a blessing of my cat, Peaches. I will bring Peaches up. Lotta Apples with the incredibly generous tier 3 sub. Thank you so very much. Nerodia with the gifted tier 1 sub says, you're white, cut it out. True, cut it out. Nerodia's right. Renewed Wolf with the tier 1 sub says, I'm here for the Grand Gardener arc. Where can I plant my based beets, leftist leeks, and progressive potatoes? It's your choose. The soil here is fertile beyond belief. Choose your spot and let your plants grow. Mistress Lynn with the tier 3 sub. Thank you so very, very much, Mistress Lynn. Mistress Lynn says, Demon Mama, I love you very much. I love you. You're a special one. I'm glad you have such an amazing community, and I love them too. Love. Much love. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. And Beezadoo. Oh wait, that was from last stream. Beezadoo was from last stream. But anyway, thank you, Beezadoo. Anyway, Mistress Lynn, thank you. No, I started XVYABO. I started reading one of the other messages from the previous one. My feed is messed up right now, and it's not even giving me all of them. I can't even see people's full donations right now, and I don't know why. And here's Peaches. Look at this. Look at this. Peaches. What a kitty. What a kitty. What a kitty. Thank you very, very much. Thank you all very much for supporting the show. It means the world to me. Seriously, this show is 100% viewer supported, and I appreciate everything that you do for me very, very much. Thank you so much for supporting me. Oh my goodness. Quick, somebody donate $69 to fix the feed. I don't even know, honestly. I'm hoping that would fix the feed. The feed is currently not working properly, and it's making it hard for me to read everything. This happened, I noticed this happened last stream too. Last stream, there were donations that were missing from my feed, and I don't know why. So, whatever. I mean, I'm sure it's just a small bug or something, but it makes me worried that I'm missing donations. If I miss anybody's donations, poke me. I'm drinking Bing energy drink, not Bang. Bing. Has anybody had Bing? No, not Bing Chilling. It's specifically, it's like a fruit-based energy drink. It's called, it has another name. I really like it, actually. It's called Petey's Bing, is what the full name is. Petey's Bing. And it's actually really, really good. They're like, yeah, it's cherry based. It's all like, it's based off of like Bing, the Bing cherry, I think. Or I think now they use, somebody said they changed the recipe. But anyway, they're really good. And there's one that's called Bing Crisp, which is an apple energy drink. It's really good. It's like really, really good. And it's so good that it actually gives me an allergic reaction, which is how you know it's good. I've mentioned this before, but I am mildly allergic to apples. And by mildly, I mean that it makes my mouth go numb and my lips get like very, very mildly swollen if I eat certain types of apples. And so I always know if a drink is actually using apple juice, like real apple juice. And it does, so. But anyway, I'm not sponsored by Bing or anything like that, but they've had them at my local grocery store for a while now, and we've bought them multiple times, and they're really good. It's basically the only energy drink that I drink. I do not like Monster. I don't like Bang Energy. I don't like Ghost. Okay, except for there's one Ghost flavor, the Sour Patch Kids, which is novel, but I won't drink it regularly because it makes me feel sick. Red Bull, I don't drink. This one I like because it's not like a crazy energy drink. It's just got like a decent amount of caffeine, vitamins and stuff, and real fruit juice, which is really nice. It's like very sparkly, very tart, and I really like that, so. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did actually have some G Fuel, and I actually kind of liked G Fuel. The thing is, for me, G Fuel always reminds me of like Gatorade a little bit. I don't know, it's pretty good, I guess, but anyway. Kitty Tick with the tier 2 sub says, thank you very much for doing what you do. Got a lactation medication today, and I'm very excited for that. Have a wonderful day. Congratulations. I'm sure you had to talk to a lot of doctors for that kind of stuff. Congratulations on it, and I hope everything goes very well for you. Thank you very much for the subscription, Kitty Tick. I appreciate that a lot. Intern with the tier 1 sub. I'm a demon. I got no loyalty for anyone. Never did. Never will. Shorty chose to be with a demon. Sounds like her problem to me. Boy, don't I know that. I know that life. Anyway, thank you very, very much to both Kitty Tick and Intern for the subs. Yeah, I see everybody's talking about energy drinks now, which is obviously, I started talking about this energy drink that I'm drinking right now. But I don't like most energy drinks. When I was in high school, I would occasionally have an energy drink. Particularly when I was in high school, I liked, I would have Red Bull every once in a while. I would mix Red Bull with Mountain Dew and grenadine. When I was in high school, my dad had like a little bar room, and in his bar fridge, he always kept his bar fridge completely stocked with Red Bulls, and he had all kinds of different stuff for mixing drinks. And so I didn't drink alcohol when I was in high school, believe it or not. At that point, I was a very devout Christian, and I held by it. I did not even have the desire to sneak alcohol or anything like that. I literally had access to it. If I wanted to, I could have drunk as much as I wanted, and but I didn't. But I did have access to the flavor mixtures and all that kind of stuff, so I would mix sodas and stuff like that. Oh my God. Did I ever tell the Red Bull throne story? Holy shit, Retcon. I don't think I ever told the Red Bull throne story on stream. Oh my fucking God, the Red Bull throne. Should I tell the Red Bull throne story? This will be a special story for everyone. Yeah, nobody's heard this story. I should tell the Red Bull throne story. Oh my God. All right, I'll have to tell this story. This will be a good one. This will get people laughing. I can't believe I haven't told this story. I've told so many people in my life the Red Bull throne story. Is it old studio or new studio worthy? It's new studio worthy, okay? It's an old story, but it's new studio worthy, okay? It's good. Although, before I tell the Red Bull Throne story, I have to address something. Varnish Eater says, I loved Four Loko in my early 20s. Four Loko is a genuinely evil drink on multiple levels. The old school Four Loko was basically, I don't know how they got that on shelves. It was a literal, it was a college student killer, a high school student killer. It's actually so bad. It mixes two things that are dangerous for your liver in incredibly high quantities, and it guarantees blackouts because it has so much caffeine that you don't notice how drunk you're getting until you're fucking plastered and then you're out. Do you know how many people fucking died because of that shit? And now, new Four Loko does not have caffeine in it. It's just an alcohol, and it's like a 19% alcohol. When you drink that shit, it tastes like you're drinking fucking Robitussin. It's crazy. And it's like $4 for a can of 19 to 20% alcohol that's like this big. It's ridiculous. Actually crazy. Retcon says, just dump Tito's into banged energy drink like a man. Fucking, holy shit. Oh no. You can't, don't do that. You can't mix the super creatine. When the super creatine mixes with alcohol, it becomes mega creatine. It'll kill you instantly. Does Four Loko taste good? In my opinion, no. It's certainly novel though. I don't like Four Loko. But it was an interesting experience, is what I'll say. Yeah. Yeah. Super creatine. Jack Owak. I fucking love him screaming about his lawsuits on the internet. That guy's a crazy bastard. And not in like a fun way. Okay, he's fun to watch, but I'm sure he's horrible to deal with for every person in his entire life. Genuinely unhinged. Okay, Red Bull Throne. All right. A special story I've never told. Tristan Elaine says, I'm late. Can I have the title explained? Is Demon Mama stopping? Also, future reference, it's pronounced Alan. My mother used a French spelling. Sorry about that. Alan. I didn't even finish reading it before I realized that. Yes, this is the last stream that is going to be broadcast from this studio. We are saying goodbye tonight to my studio. I'm not retiring. Not yet. But I am retiring this studio. And we've been in this studio for a while, and I put a lot of love and work into it. So I wanted to give it a proper send-off. And hopefully, we'll get as many people in here tonight as possible. Yep, we're going to live on in the new studio, and I think it's going to be even better than this one. Honestly, I'm going to talk about lots of stuff tonight, but I'm going to go through a bunch of different stuff that I'm thinking about and feeling, and then we're probably going to play a little bit of Dark Souls 2 together at the end of the stream, and then I have to wrap up. It's not going to be the long, I'm genuinely aiming to not have the longest stream in the world tonight, because I have to get up really early tomorrow to go pick up a U-Haul, and I have to move a ton of furniture and construct a bookshelf. I have a lot of work to do, but yeah. Anyway, I want to tell you guys a unique story, okay? I want to tell you a unique story, okay? I've never told this story on stream that I can remember. But this story deserves to be heard by the world. So brace yourselves, okay? This was almost it wasn't quite a decade ago. Would have been like 7 years ago or something along those lines, okay? And I lived with a roommate who had a lot of ambitions. That's the way that I'll put it. They were a very ambitious roommate. And I'm gonna try and be as charitable as possible. They had a lot of different things that they were always trying to do. They were a very like hustle and grind set type person in a lot of ways. They got really into Bitcoin, but they got into Bitcoin, when I say they got into Bitcoin early, as in they actually did make money off of Bitcoin to their credit. Now, I don't know if they ended up backing out in time to have made as much money as some of the people did, but they definitely made some money off of Bitcoin. Yeah, and so that's the type of person that we're talking about. They were constantly had a new scheme, and they always had some hustle and grind. At one point, they wanted to do a drop shipping scheme. At one point, they wanted to do a lot of different stuff. They always had a new thing. And some of them worked out or were interesting and whatever, and other ones were really not. And one of the ones that truly backfired is what we now call the Red Bull throne. And this started very small, okay? It did not start as a nightmare, but it turned into a nightmare, okay? And what happened was this person got a tip from a friend. Their friend was like, hey, just so you know, on Amazon right now, there is a mislisted item. You can buy, what are they called? Crates. Is it a crate? I don't remember the exact size, but basically like when you buy Red Bull, you know, Red Bull comes in 4-can boxes. And then they have like when it's shipped to a say like a grocery store or a corner store, they'll ship it in like a crate. So it'll be like 4 packs of Red Bull, you know, and they'll be in like a little cardboard box. And the tip came in, hey, you can get a crate of Red Bull for the price of 1 Red Bull right now because of a mislisting on Amazon's website. And yeah, it's like a flat, not a pallet, although we'll get there, okay? Not a pallet, but a flat. There we go, that's the word, a flat. So they realized, oh my God, there's a mislisting on Amazon. I can order a flat of Red Bulls. And it was supposed to be like $3 a can, but instead it was like $3 per flat. And they were like, I could probably make some money off of this, right? Now, most people would go, oh shit, I'm gonna order like 4 flats of Red Bull and put them in my garage and I'll have Red Bull for the next, 6 months or year of my life for $24. Most people would go, oh, a year's supply of Red Bull for $24? Amazing, right? Not this person. This person was like, I can make money off of this. And so they ordered a couple $100 worth of mislisted Red Bull flats, which added up to a couple 100 Red Bulls, okay? And
that was interesting, okay? And so they were like, oh my God, I can do this. I'll find a local store that wants to buy and resell all these Red Bulls. I'll sell them at a markup and I'll walk away making a couple $100. And so the first shipment of the Red Bulls arrived, okay? And this was, I lived with this person at that time. This was a roommate. So this was happening in the house that I lived in. So we got the first shipment. It was a whole bunch of Red Bulls. I'm like, damn, good score on some Red Bulls. And they were like, I gotta sell these things. Do you wanna help me with it? I'll cut you in. I was like, sure. What do you need help with? And they were like, well, I wanna do this type of thing. I wanna contact local stores, and I wanna try and sell these Red Bulls at a discount, and resell them. And I was like, okay, that sounds fairly good. Let me see if I can put together like some listings for you. I'll help you out with this. I was like, I didn't even need to be paid. I was just like, yeah, I'll help you out with your thing, I guess. This is interesting enough. And then I heard from them, actually, I'm gonna make a second order. And I was like, well, hold on a second. We haven't even sold the first order. And they were like, yeah, but they haven't fixed the listing. I can get more. And then they started using a term what's the term called? It was called arbitrage, I believe, is the term that they started using all of a sudden. Arbitrage, yes. Arbitrage means the simultaneous purchase and sale of securities, currency, or commodities in different markets or in derivative forms in order to take advantage of differing prices for the same asset. They kept saying, I'm gonna be doing arbitrage. We're gonna be doing arbitrage. And I was like, well, hold on a minute. Arbitrage implies that you're simultaneously buying and selling, that you are you have to be selling them first. You can't do arbitrage by reselling, by like doing a reselling thing where you got a good deal on something, and then you're basically like your idea right now is to do a reselling setup. You're basically setting up a little Red Bull shop, and you're gonna try and resell this stock. You're doing like a salvage store type thing. It's a fire sale. Like there was like a building, or a bankruptcy sale is basically what you're doing, right? And I was like, oh, okay, so let's wait on this. And over the course of a couple of days, we got another shipment of Red Bull, and then another shipment of Red Bull. And I was basically, the only thing I'd been asked to do was to find candidates. Because like I said, this wasn't my idea. I was just along for the ride, And I had been asked to find candidates for like, okay, is there game stores or corner stores that might be willing to buy this stuff? And there was nobody really, we hadn't even made calls at the point that this was going on. And my friend was going on about arbitrage. We're gonna be able to do this arbitrage thing. I've been thinking about it. I think that I could make thousands of dollars in profit with just a few $1,000s invested in this. And I was like, that sounds great, but maybe we should hold off because we have a lot of Red Bull building up in the house, and it's starting to take up a lot of space. So at this point, we basically had a pallet and a half of Red Bull just sitting in the foyer of the house. So like you come down the stairs and there's just a block of Red Bull boxes, okay? And and I was sitting here going, okay, well, my approach to it, of course, not
I was just like, well, we got Red Bull. We got enough Red Bull to last us and all of our friends. We could throw parties and we have Red Bull. Yeah, we all ended up having some of the Red Bulls. And me and Retcon lived together at this time. And it's a wild time. But and then it escalated. And this is where it really got out of hand. So despite multiple people cautioning this person that we probably shouldn't go whole hog into the Red Bull arbitrage scheme when we hadn't even figured out a potential buyer, they decided to buy like $3,000 to $8,000 worth of discounted Red Bull. It was a lot of Red Bull, okay? I'm talking, and the Amazon listing never changed. I mean, it did eventually, but they just did not catch how much Red Bull was being sold at like $3 per pallet or per flat. Now, it's been a while, so I don't remember the exact count of Red Bull, okay? But when it was done, there was Red Bull coming in every single goddamn day. Every day. We were getting shipments of Red Bull, and it first started piling up in the foyer. And then we ran out of room in there, so it started getting piled up in the kitchen, in the garage. And it eventually got to the point where one of the other roommates was so annoyed about it that they were like, no, this Red Bull needs to go in your space. Like this was your scheme. You need to put it in your space. So what happened is the roommate with the arbitrage scheme over Red Bull gathered up all, and when I say I gathered up all, they didn't gather up almost any of it, okay? They gathered up a bunch of it and they started stacking it in their office. Now, they had a beautiful office. The place that we all lived was a fairly nice house at that point. Retcon can tell you the office in this house was super nice. It was like bougie nice office. Like an office that had windows on all sides, a big desk. Okay, not a huge room, bigger than my current space, but a really nice office. Okay, and the Red Bulls started building up all across the room until the Red Bulls were blocking parts of the window in like some sort of demented, high caffeine, bull pea themed cask of Amontillado. It was absurd, okay? So we had a hallway of Red Bull, just boxes of Red Bull, all the way through the hallway from entering the house into this office, and the office started getting taken over to the point where it was multiple rows thick of Red Bull. And obviously that was not like workable and it was dangerous, but they had it set up so that they could basically use the Red Bulls kind of like a shelf. So like there were like 2 or 3 rows of Red Bull deep in this office room. And then it went like, you know, it would be like wall of Red Bull, second wall of Red Bull, third wall of Red Bull. And it literally looked like a throne, which is where the name the Red Bull throne comes from. Because I literally sat in it at one point. I sat down like this and I was like, damn, you know, you got a bit of a throne going here. It was Yes, myhouse.wad, but it's all Red Bull. It was a true nightmare. I can't even express to you what it was like to walk down the stairs and just see the repeating texture of Red Bull, of the Red Bull logo, like you were in some kind of residential nightmare, unfinished area in a video game. It was like, you think about it in like a warehouse and you're like, okay, yeah, like seeing a wall of product in a warehouse kind of makes sense. But usually in a warehouse, it's like wrapped up, or there's like, you know, it's like an appropriate place. This was like a nice house that just suddenly transitions into a room made of Red Bull. And of course, there was not enough room to continue using that office with the amount of Red Bull. We're talking thousands of cans of Red Bull, okay? Thousands upon thousands of cans of Red Bull. And it never got sold. None of it. None of it. When I finally moved out of that place, it had all expired. All of it had expired. So not only was it not sold, but it literally could not be sold. There was just a throne. The Red Bull throne. It was one of the schemes that went most wrong. Okay? And there were a lot of schemes that went wrong, but that scheme was the one that went the most wrong. None of it was sold. None of it. No one would buy any of it, obviously. Like, it's actually, you know, it's not impossible to resell stuff, but if you just have some random person calling you and being like, yeah, I got a bunch of Red Bull, you want to buy some? It'll be way cheaper than your normal source. People are just going to be like, True! Yes, Retcon, I do also remember the time when you heard our roommate shit his pants through the wall. Yes, I do remember that. That was pretty bad. No, there's nothing to that one. It was just, was it because of too much Red Bull? Unironically, there was a point in which the Red Bulls were kind of just free game, you know? Like, you know, to the roommate's credit, for a while, the roommate didn't want us taking any of the Red Bull because it was meant to be resold. But as the reselling did not work out, people were, you know, obviously going to drink some of it before it expired. And even after it expired, because, like, obviously, an expired soda, you know, like that, it's not truly, like, it's not going to make you sick. It's not truly expired. It's just they can no longer legally sell it because it's past, like, the safest possible date. But the reality is it was perfectly fine. You wouldn't have known it was expired if you couldn't see the expiration date on all of the thousands of boxes. But yeah, that's the story of the Red Bull throne, was slowly watching a section of our house get taken over by boxes and boxes of Red Bull bought in a shady arbitrage scheme. And by shady arbitrage scheme, I mean the dream of an arbitrage scheme. There was no buyer. So it wasn't arbitrage. It was just reselling that failed. The real question is, did the Red Bull roomie do their dishes and keep tidy? Dishes, yes. Tidy, no. When me and Retcon moved out of that place, there was quite literally a bucket of moldy ice cream just sitting in the middle of the living room. Like, a beautiful living room. The house, when we lived there, the house was a beautiful house. And they had this beautiful living room, and there was just on the center table, just overflowing with mold, ice cream bucket. Yeah. It's it was bad. Yeah, it was bad. Yeah. Hey, you want to buy some of this Red Bull? Opens the coat to 50 cans of Red Bull and proceeds to shit violently. Wait, for real? I don't even remember that, Retcon. Retcon, what happened with that? Retcon said the living room was beautiful until I pissed them off by watching Gremlins, and then no one else was allowed to use the living room. Oh yeah, that did end up happening at the end. I could tell 100 more horror stories, but they're not funny or fun. There's a reason why me and Retcon both moved out of what was the nicest house that any of us have ever lived in. When we lived there, like I'm talking like this was, I will never have a house that like nice. You know what I mean? But there's a reason we moved out. They, at one point, here, I'll give you a taste, okay? Let me give you a quick taste, okay? It was, when towards the end, okay? They tried in a way to attempt to, this is how sad, okay? This is the no longer fun. We're not talking about the Red Bull throne anymore. Now it's bad, okay? There was, of course, the pants shitting incident, but towards the end, they wanted to maintain control over the house. And when I say maintain control, they had control over the house, okay? Like there was no one was trying to take control of the house, but they were very paranoid at that point. And they tried to maintain control over the house by, I'm not even joking with you, offering us the 3/5 compromise on house voting. That was, I'm not even joking with you. They said that they felt like because there were more of us, meaning people who were not them, which is like, wait, what? That we should have less of a vote per person so that they can make sure that they maintain control, even though no one ever tried to take control of anything. You know, wouldn't it would have been a shame if we voted down the Red Bull throne incident, right? It was, yeah. Yeah, it was messed up. It was bad. But, oh my God, oh God, oh the ants. Oh my God, the fucking ants. The ants. Do you regret it living there? Oh, I will never make that mistake again. That story. So I went to live there. It's really complicated. I don't want to like get really deep into my personal life and stuff like that because it was a very complicated situation. But I was offered a sweetheart deal on rent. A very good deal on rent. And I trusted someone and I put myself in a position where I was disempowered. Don't fucking do that. Never do it. Yep. It was, it was wild. So yes, the answer is yes, I do regret living there. I would never make that mistake again. Yeah. Bino the Amiibo says, I'm moving in with like 9 people for the next year. Praying it isn't a horror story like this. Holy shit. First time I'm in an apartment. Oh yeah, I'll eat that. If you're moving in with 9 people, I just want to warn you right now, it's going to be a horror story, okay? It might not be the world's worst horror story, but 9 people living in one place, there is no way that's not going to be a very stressful experience. Just prepare yourself and make plans to move forward. 9 people in a house, doesn't matter how big the house is, that's going to be stressful. I can say this as someone who grew up with 7 kids and 2 adults and various other visiting family members. That was with people that I was related to. crazy experience, and in a big house, 9 people living in a single places. Oh, that was Bing. If you wanna, would you refill it with Coke or spiced Coke? I don't know what we got. Oh, this is great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not trying to shut you down or make you feel nervous, but prepare yourself for the fact that it will be stressful. Yeah. Oh yeah, retcon. Me too. Me too. Hey, thank you, Mr. Krabs. I'll put those up on the list. The place that I lived before I started streaming, before I was able to move away, at the end of it there were 11 people living in the same house, and it was not a big house, and that was a nightmare. But people were making no one really had a lot of money. They weren't like bad people. It was just not a good living situation. It's very, very difficult. Joseph Bros Tito says, was the place like a 5 million mansion? No, it was closer to like a 1 million mansion. Not mansion. It was closer to like a, not quite a million, I don't think. It was a little bit less than a million, but it was a big house. There was tons of space before the Red Bull incident, and then we started running out of space. There was so much space, like it was unbelievable. It was a very spacious house. Yeah. This was long before I was a streamer. I was not a streamer. I was very poor and was just trying to find a way to not live. I was trying to find a way to live a better life, and I thought that was going to be it, and it wasn't it. It ended up being a very manipulative situation that I would never repeat again. You just missed it, LB. I just told the Red Bull story. True, Retcon. Retcon says the funny thing is we both ended up becoming content creators, but only after we stopped living together. So it was like a pre-content house. Retcon, when it was just us living together, when it was just like you, me, Fawn, and Gynotype, we had a good time. We struggled with rent. That was, both of us were struggling, but we had a good time. We've always made good roommates. And I still very fondly remember having a really good time hanging out with you and Fawn and Gynotype. It was good. Oh, don't worry. I'll put the Red Bull story up on its as its own thing. Yeah, it was rough. The money situation was rough. Special interest show with Jupiter August says, hey, I can't stick around right now because my internet is cheap crap, but can someone give me the summary of what's happening? What's the title referring to? Goodbye to what? Goodbye to this studio. Thank you. I love you. I also did get tacos. I don't know if they sent them, but I won't eat those now. I'll eat those later.
Okay.
I got fish tacos.
I don't know that they came. We'll see.
Oh well, it's okay.
Okay.
I love you. Thank you.
I love you.
Yeah, Retcon says, it was a great time. Money just sucked. We were both the most overworked either of us have been. Yeah, that was the second poorest I've ever been and definitely the most overworked. During that period, and a lot of that was because of the fallout from the Red Bull house. It was rough. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. I was gonna answer Jupiter August. Jupiter August, this is the last day I'm gonna be streaming from this studio. We are saying goodbye once and for all to this studio, which has been with us for over 2 years, the longest we've ever been in any studio. I'm not quitting. I'm just taking a break and building a new studio, and we're saying goodbye to one that served us well.
Ugly Pie, great to see you. By the way, Ugly Pie, we were just watching some old clips and you were in the chat in one of our way old clips. Thanks for being a true OG imp. Brianna Huffman says, how long will it take to be up and running again? 1 to 2 weeks is my estimated time. Hopefully on the shorter end of that, but a lot of it's gonna depend on when stuff gets here and whether or not I'm able to find certain things that I need for the studio. I'm hunting right now for some art, and it might take me a couple days. I have to have the time to go do this thing. Believe it or not, shopping for stuff takes fucking forever now, and almost everything is online, so. Val9000, great to see you, Val9000. Oh my God, it's been 2 years already. It's been over 2 years since we've been in this studio. It's been since, wait, let's see. Right, it's been over 2 years. I'm doing the math right? Why am I struggling with math today? I know why, it's because I forgot my medicine this morning. Forgot my ADHD meds, so my brain doesn't let me do math. I still think of this one as the new studio. I know, right? I mean, that's the thing. That's the way it works. When you keep going forward. Okay, here's a thing. Last night, this is a random ramble while I eat this delicious quesadilla. Cause I didn't get my fish tacos. I ordered fish tacos and a quesadilla, and I only got the quesadilla, but it's good, so. Last night, I started watching Twin Peaks: The Return. For those who don't know, there is a very famous television show called Twin Peaks, made by David Lynch and Mark Frost, and a lot of other people in the second season. So many different people, I can't remember all their names. Twin Peaks was a really well-liked TV show that is, it's an interesting experience. The show is incredible overall, but the second season of Twin Peaks had a lot of issues with production and creative differences between the production team and David Lynch, to the degree that David Lynch literally took off and went to Japan instead of working on the show at one point. But point is, Twin Peaks was a beloved show by fans, and it was a precious show to David Lynch. And even after season 2 had some shaky ground, David Lynch managed to convince the fans to get together and basically petition for the right to make a movie called Fire Walk with Me, which is incredible, okay? Fire Walk with Me is amazing, okay? It's incredible. Maybe my favorite David Lynch project at all. Incredible. Extremely terrifying, but incredible. Then, 25 years later, they made season 3 of Twin Peaks. 25 years later. And an enormous percentage of the cast were able to come back for Twin Peaks: The Return, which I just started watching last night. And wow, is that an experience. I can't even imagine. There is not a single thing that I know from my life that has been gone for 25 years and then came back. Okay, I'm 33,
And so I've, there could have been something, but there's nothing that I know of in my life that was gone for 25 years and came back and is amazing, by the way. Twin Peaks: The Return is stunning so far. And it has me thinking a lot about time and creative pursuits, you know? A lot. And I don't have anything super profound to say at this juncture outside of the fact that when I look back at the 4+ years of streaming, I think about like, I think about like, I don't know, what will I be able to do in 25 years time of working on various things? Will there someday be a Demon Mama: The Return? Would anybody even remember me? You know? I can't even imagine that. To me, when I think about it, when I often feel like if I stop streaming for a week, that everyone will forget about me. And I know that's a brain disease to a certain degree, but not even to a certain degree. It is. Which is why I temper it and I try to, you know, but it's like, I go 25 years and not only did people come back for the show, but it actually brought, it made people rediscover the stuff that was there before. And I don't know, it's thinking about all that is like, it is wild to me. I've only been streaming for 4 years. Now, I've been doing creative pursuits for my entire life, my entire adult life especially, but for my entire life. When I was younger, I always knew that I wanted to write and make other things like film, or maybe, you know, at one point I was thinking about doing video games, and at one point I was thinking about doing music. And I've done a little bit of all of them. Though I will say that I do not have a great talent for drawing, and I don't currently seem to have much of a talent for programming or anything like that. So I don't know if those are in the books for me. But writing especially, and filmmaking. The first movie that I ever made was in 6th grade, maybe 5th grade. I think it was in 6th grade. It was the first movie that I ever made. I asked my dad if we could borrow his Super 8 cassette camcorder. And we filmed this, me and Retcon, believe it or not. I'm so happy you're here tonight, Retcon, seriously. But me and Retcon made this silly, extremely childish kids, you know, comedy show with our with our own little sense of humor and whatever. There's all kinds of little sketches and stupid stuff. And we made, I don't know, after that first movie, we made probably a dozen little short films. Terrible, all edited in the camera. We didn't know how to use editing software at all. I tried and I couldn't figure it out. We couldn't figure any of that stuff out. So we just edited it in camera. We would rewind and then record over what we wanted to change if we did anything at all. We would fast forward if there was a mistake, you know, when we showed it to people. And I kept making movies through high school. And then I went to film school. And I was writing and making movies and writing and making movies. When I went to film school, I wanted to go and learn how to be a director and a writer for film, a screenwriter and a director, you know, and
all kinds of stuff happened in life, and I weaved and went all over the place and worked a million different jobs and couldn't afford school, and then went back to school and then fell out, and then couldn't afford school again, and then went back to film school and then couldn't afford film school again. And then I was a freelance writer, and then I decided to start streaming. And it was the first, it's crazy to even think about it, like how it happened. That 4+ years ago, I started streaming, and for some reason, people found what I was making compelling and fun. And I loved making people laugh. I still love making, it's one of my favorite things to do, is to make people laugh. So I've always really valued that, but I value it now more than ever. I feel like it's more important than ever for people to be able to laugh and have a good time and feel like mirth, sort of just that raw expression of joy together. And I don't know. But so 4 years ago, I started this show, and people wanted to see it, and that was exciting to me and interesting, and I've been doing it ever since. I've been grinding at it ever since, and I don't always grind as hard as some people grind. I guess I feel like I grind more than. I feel like I'm giving the Bilbo speech right now. I don't grind half as hard as two of you, and I grind twice as hard as half of you. I don't know, something like that. But the reality is, it's been a grind, and it's been a lot of work. And it's easy to feel like it could disappear at any moment. And I don't know. It's something I've thought about a lot. It's been on my mind for a long time, is this idea that like the temporariness of this particular creative pursuit, or all creative pursuits. And I don't know. I guess watching Twin Peaks made me go, sometimes if you make something good, even if it feels like it might be gone, you can work some magic. Things can have a lasting power. Even things that struggled, like Twin Peaks season 2, really lost its footing and arguably became, like, at points it's like a bad show, which is crazy to say because the first season and the early second season is so good. It's hard to believe that, like, oh God, it can get so bad later on. And thankfully, the last episode, the finale, is really good. But the truth is, there's a lot of bad episodes in season 2 that are just terrible to watch. And I don't know. True, Ian. True, Ian M. It's just, like I said, I don't have anything super profound to say here. I'm just sharing my musings. I'm sharing my thoughts that have been in my mind about all this, and thinking about, like, you never really know about that kind of stuff, but it can happen. And if you make something good that touches people, they will remember it. Because it's easy to believe that people won't. It's easy to believe that you could pour your heart and soul into something and nobody ever sees it, and nobody ever recognizes that or benefits from it or anything like that. And it has happened. In my life, I have experienced a lot of failure. I have experienced a lot of, I mentioned this, some of you will probably remember this if you haven't seen my my drama mama about James Somerton, the second one, the Squeakquel. If you haven't seen my Drum Mama, I talk about this in a particular segment where he talks about, oh, you know, like sometimes film projects don't work out. And this is, of course, to explain his film projects that he never started but took money for. And I got fairly frustrated by that because I know what it's like to have creative projects fail. I know what it's like to have many projects fail. And there is a difference between a failure and a scam. And also, the simple truth is that a lot of artistic pursuits do fail. You will put yourself out there in the world, and maybe nobody will bite. That's a real thing that can happen. Sometimes you can make something good, really good, and still nobody will bite. And you don't always know the answer to that. You never know for sure whether it's like whether you made something that wasn't good enough or whatever, or whether you made something that was good, but for whatever reason, it just couldn't breathe. It couldn't get out there and people couldn't see it. And it is complicated. Arlo says, if you enjoy streaming, why does being forgotten matter? I enjoy working on my Minecraft build for an hour every day. If I knew the world would end tomorrow, I'd still do it because I enjoy it. Well, I mean, I don't think there's a dichotomy there, right? I started streaming with no viewers. For months, I streamed to 4 people who showed up, not because I was particularly entertaining, but because they wanted to support me. And I know that they wanted to support me. And I'm not saying they're liars or anything. They weren't. They were supportive, and I appreciate that. Retcon was one of them, by the way. Retcon was one of them. But the reality is that not everything is a Minecraft server. It's just not. Minecraft servers are a purely, not purely, but they are a mostly solo engagement. You are making something purely for your own benefit. And I think that some art can be like that. That some art can be like made purely for your own, you're just making something just to have put something into the world that pleases you. And I respect that a lot. And I think that's great. But there's also a lot of art that is designed, it's put out there with the purpose of having a social function, you know? A social function. And streaming is especially that. Streams transform completely without the presence of an audience. And an example of that, proof of that, is literally right now. Ho! Got meta on ya. You didn't even know. You weren't prepared. You weren't prepared for how I was going to bring that around. The fact that I was able to read out your comment, answer your feedback or your thoughts in real time and build off of it with my own that is the social aspect, or even maybe, you know, you could call it, I mean, I think that's just social. You know, it's the social aspect of streaming. And there's many types of art that that require or benefit from that social aspect. LB says, well, I just rewound and heard the Red Bull story. My God, Demon Mama. Yeah, right? I know, I told you, the Red Bull throne is wild. Yeah, so I don't know. There is art that I think is totally fine to make purely for yourself or for someone else. I think that's totally fine. But I don't think that that's all art. And I've never found it, I've never found the sort of adage of like, you know, just make art for yourself to be fully satisfying. And the reason for that is not because I don't think it's good to do that. I do think it's good to do that. I think on a base level, making art that makes you happy is really, or not necessarily happy, but that makes you feel something, that makes you satisfied, is super, super important. But the reality is that, like, the process of making art is almost never like a solipsistic experience. There are social elements in so many ways. From the creation of art itself, like right now, I have a room, I'm sitting in a room that was in part constructed by myself, in part constructed by my partner Fawn, in part constructed by my partner Doe, in part constructed by my best friend Sadie. That it has art that was contributed by Hideo Kojima and Jean-Francois Ray. There's so much going on here. There's so many other handprints on all this. I could go on all the my little sister knit trans pride bee. So there's a lot, you know, there's a lot to this. And I think it's, at least for me, the social aspect of art has always been very, you know, very interesting to me. And also, I think it's fairly important. It's made overly important in our current era, in the social media era, where everything is I don't know, everything is a public statement and everything is designed to be marketed and brandified. That aspect, I mean, if I was to go right now, I could add an hour to this little ramble here just by trying to talk about YouTube statistics, to talk about viewers and likes and whether the video is going to get out to people. By the way, you should like and subscribe to the stream. But it's like, you know, I don't know. It's yeah. I could add an hour onto this, you know. I'm not going to, because that would be boring. And also because what I was trying to say before my ADHD brain started wandering in a different direction was that the platform of YouTube and the social media sphere puts an overfocus on the number of eyes on everything. And it's just true. But we can't not think about it. Or at least I think ignoring it is kind of a silly thing. You kind of have to process it and think about it and do what you can with it. And it's complicated. I don't have all the answers for that. And but it is something that I think about, you know. I do what's the way? How do I want to put this? If you've never put your stuff out in front of people for them to judge and talk about and reflect on and think about and react to, it's easy to think you won't care at all. But the reality is that it's very hard to not care, especially too when there is an aspect of like being able to put food on the table, you know, or take care of yourself, you know. That also adds a stress level to it, you know. Anyway, that's my ramble about my own feelings about the passage of time and art, about how it feels to worry about whether or not when you put something out into the world, if it will just disappear like a puff of smoke in the wind, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. You know, there's a lot of times where it's like, sometimes, I don't know, sometimes you wish things would be forgotten, mistakes you made or whatever. But also there's so many times where it's like, damn, I wish the people who would appreciate what I did here would see it and take joy in it. There's something wonderful about being able to spark joy in another person with what you make. I find that amazing. And I do think that there's a balance between, you know, trying to chase a faceless audience and make them happy, and doing things for yourself that makes you happy in the act of creation, and also wanting to see real existing people have a good time with something that you made with your hands or that you made with your friends. You know? Because, like, there are a bunch of you who have contributed to my community in some way or another, whose names I know, where we have some level of a connection. And whether or not, and this is where this is going to branch into a conversation about parasociality, of course, but it's not like the parasocial social thing is very complicated. And the simple reality is that a lot of art that we make now just kind of veers all over these lines between parasociality and socialization and connection and non-connection. And the boundaries can be very hard to draw at times. They can be very hard to figure out. And all I'm trying to say is, with this particular section, is that it is possible to lose yourself in trying to expend your energy to get the biggest number possible, to get as many people out there in the world reacting positively or reacting at all in some way to something that you put out there. That is something that you can do and that you can fall into, and I think that it can be folly. It can be the worst folly to find yourself in that position. But also, I think it's just real that a lot of artists are fueled by and value the fact that their art can have an impact on other people. And I don't think it's as simple as just, you know, art is only a thing that you do purely for the joy of the act alone and nothing else. Maybe some art is, and I think that art can be very valuable, but it's complicated. And like I said, I don't really have anything. I don't have a profound conclusion. This is just one of the things that my brain has been going through, and yeah. Anyway, thanks for hearing me ramble about that. I need to eat this now cold quesadilla. Anarcho Delphi, what is with the stream title? The stream title is that we are saying goodbye to the studio. This is the last stream that will ever be filmed in this studio. Everything's going to be taken down over the next couple of days, and I'm going to be building up a new studio that will look very different and no doubt herald in a lot of new things. God damn it, Demon Mama, you gave me a fucking heart attack. Well, I didn't mean to give you a heart attack. Perhaps I was being a little too cheeky with the title. I don't know how to react to the fact that people are scared that I'm quitting. Because on one hand, it's very flattering that people would care that I am no longer making something, that they're invested in what I make. But on the other hand, why do so many people think I'm gonna quit? Also, True Nuts. Nuts says, I never get baited because I read the Discord ping. True! So go to the Discord, discord.gg/Demon Mama, and you'll never get baited again. I always put a more full description in my Discord pings because you only have 120 characters for YouTube titles. I can only put so much. I gotta make it there. Meme time? No! Eating time. What is this food? This is a really good quesadilla. I actually ordered fish tacos as well, but unfortunately they didn't arrive, so, oh well. From a local place, yep. Louis Boy says, if you stopped streaming, I would cry. Oh, I'm sorry. I wouldn't want to make you cry, but I'm gonna have to stop streaming eventually. I mean, unless I literally die on air, and that is a way of stopping streaming, you know? I have to catch up on donos, but I will. I will be catching up on donos momentarily. Dorian the Gray says, I think a lot of people are jumpy because of how many YouTubers have quit this year already. I don't blame them for quitting or retiring. This shit is really hard. I don't think it's possible to do it without fueling a lot of it with your soul. Or completely emptying all soul out of it and treating it completely like a job in which you don't, you are just doing the basics, But even that, I don't think is completely possible. Like, Mr. Beast is the #1 YouTuber on this platform. And in that recent article, in that interview he did, he talked about how it's been a process of having to, like, meticulously carve out his own personality out of his own content. It sounds to me like it's actually fairly difficult to do that because of how creatively intensive the basic work of YouTube is. Pretty horrible to read. It was actually extremely depressing to read that article. President Sunday, thank you very, very much for the raid. Welcome in. Come in, all the squids. Yes, you can email me. DemonMamaOnline@gmail.com. Thank you very, very much, President Sunday. Come on in. Please don't end up on a creepy dead YouTuber creator iceberg. Well, I don't want to. I would rather, I don't know. It's hard, okay? It's difficult. Oh, and right now, a lot of channels are seriously suffering on YouTube. It is extremely hard. In fact, I heard from a friend of mine who reads a lot of YouTube news that the last 3 months have been the lowest, like per capita engagement on YouTube in a really long time. Like YouTube just generally has been getting less engagement. It's wild. Wild. But yeah. Please don't accidentally open your to be sorted folder. Listen. My God. I'm going to finish this thing and then we're going to talk about some other things and then we're going to do whatever. Yeah, it could be, Niana. It could be. But, yeah, YouTube's been rough. I mean, hell, our channel certainly felt it. The last month has been the last month we've, like, the algorithm has completely, like, shut us down. I have no idea why. I literally have no idea why, but the last month, total shutdown in the algorithm. It's been brutal. Weeberry1 says, hi, haven't tuned in a while. Are you quitting? No, I'm not. We are just saying goodbye to this studio. This is the last stream from this studio. I'm going to be saying this a lot tonight, so pardon me, but. Thank you, Titan Uranus. Damn, that's awesome, Gayfesh. Grandmaster is really hard. Varnish Eater says, honestly surprised people don't automatically see titles like that as clickbait. It was pretty obvious to me. I think it's weird. When I think of clickbait, people are very broad with the term clickbait these days. When I see clickbait, I think of things like, you won't believe what happened when this person picked up a gun, ... I think of things that are like, they're intentionally super, super vague and, yeah, and like misleading, you know? Like, people seem to get, I mean, I understand it because like, there is, you know, there's an attention economy on YouTube. Whatever. Whatever. Those Sony MD headphones are classic. We love to see it. I love these headphones. They have served me so, so well. Actually, I have to replace the pads. You can actually see the pads have started to break down a little bit, so I'm going to be getting new pads soon. But these headphones have served me so well. The audio quality is incredible. I love them so much. Yeah. I don't know. When I think of like, I mean, I don't know. I've definitely done clickbait, like, or I don't even know if I want to call it clickbait. I have juiced up titles. Let's call it that. We'll call it juicing up because I've never done like a clickbait title. Actually, have I? Yes, I did a clickbait title, which was the drama video, which was intentional. That's clickbait. That was clickbait. Me saying, it's finally time to talk about the drama. And then I only talk about my frustrations about drama generally. Oh, the Arsler stream. That's another one. Yep. Yeah. That was another one. That was definitely clickbait.
But something like this, it's like, yes, am I being a little dramatic? It's time to say goodbye. That is dramatic. But we're saying goodbye to the studio that I've been streaming from for half my career. I think it's fine to be dramatic you're never gonna see this studio ever again. There are like hundreds of you who have watched countless hours in this studio and we're saying goodbye to it. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. Travel safe, Varnish Eater. How different will the new studio be? A lot. A lot different. Oh, good. I didn't spill any. That would have been so embarrassing. Fruitcast, you're going to love it. It's going to have moody lighting. I'm going to be changing up the style of the focus. There's going to be a million more things to latch onto. That's fair, QuickNet. I'm not saying that people are totally wrong. I'm almost done. I've been eating this really slowly because I've been chatting with everybody. Look at that. Look at the banter, the magic. Will the piano be in the new setup? Yes. And depending on whether I can make it work, we might even have a piano cam that will allow me to switch over so that we have a different angle for when I want to play piano. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it work, but I'm going to try. So yeah, I'm certainly going to try. I don't know if I'll be able to make it technically work, but I hope so. That's fair, Liza Bay. I wasn't really trying to make anybody worried, but I certainly want people to come in here and care about the studio that we're never going to see again. Can you get a smartboard for the background? I don't want to do a smartboard background. I've thought about green screens and stuff like that. And in fact, I have an idea for a movable green screen. The thing is, I really like real sets. A lot of streamers do green screens, and I think they look tacky and terrible. No hate, but I don't like green screens. I understand if you're like streaming from a dorm and you don't want like a shitty dorm background, I get it. So I'm not being a hater, but I don't like green screens. I like real sets that are actually there that I can reach into the background and touch. This room is cute, but I'm sure the new place will be nice. The new studio, I will not turn my camera on until I'm satisfied with it. So, guess you all of you, that means everyone here who's excited for me to be back, I need all of you to manifest as much psychic energy, send it through the dream world to me so that I can manifest it into the best looking studio set that you've ever seen in your goddamn life. I gotta upstage, okay? Are you still planning on having a camera in the kitchen for some cooking segments? That's a future thing. I can't do it here at this current location. The kitchen that we have is not conducive to being able to do that. But that will be a future thing. So maybe a year or two down the line, maybe or so. I don't know.
Thank you. I'm receiving your energy. True, Lanzetta. I am so close to being done with this quesadilla. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. No, IRL Cooking Mama will happen eventually. It's just, I could make a video. It's just, the problem is our kitchen has an absolutely impossible sound setup. It would be brutal to try and get sound in that goddamn kitchen. It's already hard. But, all right, give me 1 second, okay? I have to use the restroom. So I'm gonna play for you guys the best song ever. Don't go anywhere, because we're gonna hit you with the bathroom song. And it's the best one, okay? The ultimate Giga remix. Taking Gay Fesh and Calliope and mixing it together.
Streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stand on most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bopping while she's taking the break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. A little... You're just fucking with me now.
Go! Go!
Prepare your phone. The stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody.
Like and subscribe.
God damn it. What an amazing track. Gayfesh and Calliope Rave. A crossover crafted in the cosmos. Gayfesh is so talented. Lord Zeeb says, can someone tell me if the title is clickbait? Just tuned in. I should just do it. I should just commit to the bit. I should commit to the bit and change the title to just, I am going to blow myself up live on stream. There you go. That's a joke. That's a joke, everyone.
Bazinga. Bazinga.
It's just a joke. I'm just joking. Just joking. Just joking. Just. Who are you? Okay, now I'm starting to get mad. Now I'm starting to get mad. Don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the trolls. Don't fucking feed the trolls. Don't do it. I have to maintain my zen. Don't do it. Goddamn motherfucking talentless fucking losers sitting in chat saying this, that, and the other thing. Fucking idiots who watch fucking channels that put out top 10 greatest live TV deaths you've ever seen. You won't believe what happens next. Their fucking YouTube watch history is full of 900 videos when I fucking actually am doing something meaningful and momentous and decide to just juice it up just a tiny, tiny bit, fucking crying and whining. Like, oh, for the chat, oh, it's interesting. Anyway, I have to go warm up some nuggets, my artistic contribution to the world. Gotta keep it zen, though. Don't want to lose my shit. That would be funny. That would be funny if I said something like that, but I don't want to be mean to anybody, and I don't want to upset anybody, and I certainly don't want to come off like I'm getting bothered by people reacting strongly in chat. You know, it was just a thought experiment, okay? Anyway, don't spur the good name of nuggets. Anyway, okay, so there's a few things we could do. There's a few things that we could do. Lord Zeeb says, I'm sorry, Mama. No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. You didn't do anything. I didn't get mad, you see. I didn't get mad at all. In fact, I kept it perfectly cool, as you witnessed in real time. I didn't even get I didn't even let it get at me at all. Not even a tiny bit, you know? You can see because I shared you my internal process, so you know. I shared you my internal process live on stream, so you know for a fact that I was not mad. Do not put into the newspapers that I was mad. I did not invite this upon myself. I explained it in real time, and you saw the result, so. Listen, the last time it's funny going back and watching my old streams because I definitely got mad way more often in my old streams. Like, there was a lot of fire in my old streams where my new streams, I still do have a lot of passion and energy, but I feel like it's been refined. But I really lost my shit during the Joe Biden State of the Union shit. I really got mad. I actually unironically got pissed off. It was funny. I went back and watched it, and I regret getting mad at one of the two people that I got really mad at, because the second person didn't really deserve it to the full degree. I kind of unloaded on them because, I don't know, I was being careless. But the first one, it was like, the first person really deserved that shit. That was like, I went back and watched, and I was like, yeah, they asked for that. They asked for that one. You know, there's some times where it's just like, you ever watch a show, you ever watch a like stand-up comedy, and a heckler gets destroyed, like gets utterly destroyed. And you go, yeah, that guy asked for it. That's what it's like sometimes. There are some chatters who really push it. And that was one of them. That was one of them. It was the first one, not the second one. The second one, I jumped the gun on, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes. There have been a lot of times where I have been like, I may have gone too far in a couple of places. There have been times where I've lost my cool on stream. But they're pretty rare. A lot of times when I've lost my shit on somebody on stream, it's because they pushed so far. You know, I have a lot of layers of like, you know, emergency kill switches. You know, you have to do that to be able to make a stream or to be able to do it at all. But some people just plow right through them, you know? They're like, bam, bam, bam. They keep pushing, keep pushing, and keep pushing. And when you get to like your 6th emergency backup, like mental thing, and they're still going, sometimes the only answer you have is to give them hell, you know? True, exactly, 85D2D Derek. 85D2D Derek says, sometimes you just got to release the fires of hell. That's just how it is. Yep. Yep. There's also another type of person who will never stop. They're incapable of stopping. And that type of person, it is best to just simply ignore them. Because they're usually really unwell. Unfortunately, I've encountered a lot of people like that. I have encountered in my time online an incredible, like a shocking number of people who quite literally thrive off of negative attention, and I don't understand it. I will never understand that mentality. I think I can understand like a kid, you know, who thrives off of negative attention. Like, you know, they have a rough home life or something, and so they act a certain way that they know is going to get them some attention, which is better than no attention. But I don't get that when it comes to online stuff, you know? I really don't. I don't understand the type of person who just latch, when there's so much on the internet and there's so many ways to get any type of reaction, to just go to like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a weird freakazoid. And then people are going to be like, you're a weird freakazoid, and that's what I'm aiming for. It's just like, okay, yeah. The Blanchardians that invaded your chat are like that. Oh, they're so in that category. It's incredible, because that particular group of people, this is like a multi-platform, multi-year thing for them. They are obsessed, quite literally. Like I don't just live rent-free in their head. like I am a majority shareholder of their mental space and their emotional well-being through no intention of my own. Like I didn't do anything. They just chose to plant, you know, Demon Mama flavored seeds all over in their brain. Yeah. Yeah, that group particularly is a unique crowd as far as just how obsessed and stupid they are. Yeah, Demon Mama seeds, exactly. Forlorn Plushie says, quote unquote, Blanchardian. There might be no one in the world who is less okay than them. Yeah, it is kind of a weird, there are definitely people who are less okay than them, but the Blanchardian shares a psychological profile with the scientific racist. They're like very similar. They're like related beings. But the thing about the Blanchardian is that the Blanchardian has such a deep self-hate complex. With scientific racists, it's like they have like a cuckold fear, you know? Like they're afraid of of people of other races being more superior, superior to them in more than one way. And so they have to spend their whole lives being like, no, I'm the Master Wraith. I'm the Master Wraith. Like they have to do that kind of thing. But it's different. For the Blanchardian, it's not just insecurity. It's insecurity mixed with self-loathing specifically, to the degree that they seek out like decades-old debunked science that validates the idea that they are terrible and that they're fucked up and that they should hate themselves. It's a very weird situation. Yeah, I did. Prosy Rosie, that person is so desperate that I don't even find them entertaining. I think we reacted when she had her first viral TikTok. I think we talked about it very briefly on stream. I never felt the need to talk about her again. She just seems very desperate. She seems like somebody. Watching her arc was sad and shocking to me. Yeah, it's depressing, honestly. I do genuinely pity people like that. I hate them too in a certain way because they do actively enable and empower other people to do more damage to trans people. But people like that Kelly Cadigan person are genuinely just mostly sad. To be completely honest, worthy of pity. Someone who is so desperate and afraid, and so internally miserable that the only real path that they have. You know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of H. Pearl Davis. Just Pearly Things. Just Pearly Things is another person where I'm like, oh, like there's no happiness to be found here. Nor really commitment to any of the beliefs, right? Just raw, unvarnished desperation is what I see. And I can't think of basically anybody. I mean, I guess I've met some like acute cases of where I've been like, wow, the desperation is really off the charts. But there's not much to me that screams desperation more than just like, God, I'll do anything. I'll make a career out of lazily repeating like anything that I can think of that degrades my position because the audience that there's an audience
for hating women and or trans women in, you know, generally, like specifically, I should say. Because obviously most transphobes do hate all women, but there is a subset of people who like to think that they don't hate all women, but who specifically hate trans women. But regardless, what I'm trying to say is that the markets that you're going for, the general misogyny versus the transphobia angles, where it's like, yeah, I gotta sit down and like commit my entire career to appealing to this audience because I really can't think of anything else that'll get me attention and a sense of like base validation. Like, I don't know, when you see somebody like that just putting the lowest effort into it and obviously suffering from it, you know? Like, clearly fucking suffering from it. Yeah. Yuri says, I actually forgot what's going on. I'm not gonna lie, I was spacing out. Oh, don't worry about it. It was, we were talking about, somebody mentioned Kelly Cadigan, I think is her name. A right-wing one-hit wonder, made a TikTok that was like, non-binary people aren't like, real like me. I'm like a real trans person, unlike those non-binary people or something. And then like, people were like, wow, look at this. Look at this, they're eating their own kind of thing. And then she was like, yes, yes, please. And then after that, like immediately was discarded into the trash by all of the people that she was trying to appeal to. And since then has attempted further and further and further self-degradation in the name of like, give me more attention, you know? She's like an even worse Blair White. Yeah, well, I don't know about, like, Blair White is more like Blair White has done more harm than somebody like Kelly Cadigan or whatever, obviously. Like Blair White has like a successful channel where she's regularly churning out, but they're like two versions of the same basic market, but Blair White has figured out how to actually like successfully sell to that market. She still has plenty of like sad and depressing and piteous moments. We all know the one, the most famous one with where she was in that panel with Lauren Witzke and what's that guy's name? John Doyle. John Doyle. Horrible. Just like organ crushing cringe, you know? The type of stuff that'll pickle your pancreas type shit, you know? For gore. Sometimes I feel genuinely bad for pick-me's, but they also bring it on themselves in a big way. Well, that's the kind of pity, right? Like, you can't help but feel bad for them if you have like a functioning, you know, like empathetic structure in your mind. It's impossible not to feel at least somewhat bad because they are miserable. They're miserable people. It's so obvious. And they're miserable in such a particular way where it's like there is something real to their suffering, you know? Here's an example of someone like, let me just draw a comparison between the pick-me and somebody who you don't really feel a whole lot of sympathy or pity for. There's the pick-me, and then there's like a Graham Linehan type, you know? Where Graham Linehan, his problems are literally completely of his own making. There is like, he was a completely successful guy who could have continued to do that and lived a fine life and had relationships with people, and his stupidity and brash obsession
completely ruined his own life. There is nothing there that, like, nobody did anything to Graham Linehan. He did that. He walked out and he took a hammer and he smashed his own finger and said, well, look at that. I'm owning the transes. Whereas the pick-me, it's like the pick-me is experiencing misogyny or transphobia or both, you know? And they're like, I can't handle this. My answer is to basically, you know, get down on the ground and grovel to the people who are abusing me and hope that they'll abuse somebody else instead, you know? Yeah, so it's like there's something to empathize with that's present with the pick-me versus the like person who self-destructs for on the surface similar reasons. Both of them are making transphobic content. Both of them are obsessing over trans people to an unhealthy degree, or whatever. You can name whatever other group that they're obsessed with. You can, you know, this type of person exists for basically every minority group. Yeah. Phone says, are you a liberal? A horrible, terrible liberal? The work of the devil? Are you a part of Biden's non-binary gender army? If you ever fucking call me a liberal again, I swear to God that I will dispatch every dark beast of the psychic realm to rip every living shred of your psyche into the most minute pieces you can imagine, okay? If you ever fucking call me a liberal again. Don't you fucking ever call me a liberal again. Exactly, Gayfish. Gayfish says, please just call me a slur already. Exactly, straight up. I'm not even kidding you. One of the most like hurtful jokes that anyone ever made at me was saying that I was a liberal in comparison to Doe. And I was just like, ow. Like, I was fine, but also, I was like, ow. Okay, but like, we're all liberals compared to Doe. Well, actually, we're all fascists compared to Doe, so let's rethink things. I do agree, though. Doe does have a particularly solid social and political critique. And Doe does a very good job of continually pursuing, improving, and living up to its own very, very, very radical worldview. And I mean radical, I don't mean radical in the buzzword way, where people are like, oh, you know, that's a political radical. I mean that Doe really believes on a deep level of intense political change is required. And yeah. I mean radical in the Ninja Turtle way. Yeah, true. Phone says, I was lonely during the 2016 election. That is, until I met my wife at the Republican convention. Proud Trump supporter ever since. I even made a shrine of him in the woods to ward off evil spirits. Come on. Come on. You fucked it up. You didn't get the character right. They do not... Trump guys do not ward off evil spirits with an altar to Trump. Come on, they buy a commemorative coin to ensure that he can deliver the storm and drain the swamp. They don't talk about warding off evil spirits. That's some medieval peasant shit, okay? That's some liberal crystal mom shit. Trumpers don't do that. They need to release the Kraken. They need to ensure that true patriots remain in power. They need to, come on. WYSIWYG, you know? Palm Dad says, my dad has some of those coins. No! No! The Trump commemorative coins. Oh, God, those are such a ripoff. That's like the classic scam. Commemorative coins are like the world's oldest scam. They're all, oh, no. It's like it's right up there with snake oil. All right, we got to read some quick donations. Donations. Nerodia with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much, Nerodia. The YouTube algorithm can be curated for your taste, but it's really easy to get it messed up by accidentally engaging with rage bait crap. Yes, it is. It is so easy to mess up your algorithm. The algorithm loves stupid crap, and it serves it to you at a moment's notice, and it sucks. Alexi with the gifted tier 1 sub. Hey, squids, like and subscribe. Thank you very, very much, Alexi. I really appreciate that. And of course, I would appreciate all of your likes and all of your subscriptions. Pedanticon with the tier 3 sub. I've been watching for a while now, and I cannot wait for the studio move. Thank you so much, Pedanticon, for being so generous and for supporting this. I'm really excited to get the new studio all set up, to have a little bit of room to breathe and change things up and come back with a whole fresh outlook. And a fresh look, generally, not even just an outlook. Lotta Apples with the tier 1 sub gifted. Thank you so much, Lotta Apples. Nuts with this tier 2 subscription. Nuts says, Big Chuggus. Did you mean to spell that wrong? Lotta Apples with another gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very, very much for supporting the show. Thank you so much, Lotta Apples. Benifer the Potato with the $5 donation. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Benifer says, after watching your video on DIY HRT, I finally got myself to build up the courage and research it. I started E today. Thank you, Mama, for your video. Could I get some poggies in chat? Absolutely. Get some poggies in chat for Benifer the Potato. Congratulations. See, it's not as scary as it seems, right? It's people make a lot of stink about it, but you'd actually be surprised by how much information, ease of access, and safety there is around DIY. I am beyond happy for you that you are making the decisions that you need to make to live fully as yourself. Congratulations, and stay strong. Seriously, I cannot congratulate you enough. Val9000 with the tier 1 sub. Abscond from me, white name. Thank you very, very much, Val9000. It's great to see you. Benifer the Potato with the $20. Oh my God, Benifer. Benifer, thank you so much. Benifer says, so many amazing moments have happened in the studio. I'll miss it dearly, but I also await what the new studio will bring. Love. Thank you so much, Benifer. You're so unbelievably generous. Thank you so very, very, very much. Really means a lot to me. You all being very generous, and it does mean a lot to me because I will have to take time off, and that does mean my income will go down. And it always does. Jay Spoon with the $10 super chat says, hey Demon Mama, I've been shopping around for an 88 key digital piano and was wondering what brand or model is yours and do you recommend it? This is a Roland RD88. I'll say that again, Roland RD88. There are things I like about it and there are things that I would caution against. One of the issues that I've had with this keyboard, even though I really like it, and I've looked it up, and a lot of people have had this issue, is that
the lubricant on the inside of the keyboard dries out fairly frequently on this model. And what that means is that when you release the key, you get like a kind of a loud thudding, like clacking, not clacking, a thudding noise is more like it, because it doesn't ease its way back up properly. It kind of goes gloop, gloop, gloop and pops back up, which can be very annoying. However, that's the one thing I would warn people about. There is like, and if you go on YouTube, you'll see there's like a lot of videos about how to fix it, because a lot of people have that issue. However, with that said, it has a lot of sound effects. It has so many features. I haven't even figured them all out yet. It has a lot of ease of use, and it overall feels great to play, minus that one issue with the lubricant drying out. The fix is not easy, but it's not super hard either. It's just kind of a little bit of work intensive. You have to open the keyboard. You have to kind of flip over the keyboard, open it up, and then you have to buy some lubricant and apply it to the keys, and then it'll stop making that thudding noise. But that's kind of a lot of work for most people. A lot of people don't want to worry about that. And I've only had this keyboard for like, I don't remember exactly, like a year and a half, and I've had that issue. So, but it sounds good and it feels great to play. I will say, the keys feel wonderful. Like the pressure is wonderful. The weight is great. It's portable and it's a very good price. So just be aware about the lubricant issue. Charlie Ginmeyer with the $5 super chat says, salute! Thank you very, very much, Charlie Ginmeyer. Really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Another board person with the $5 super chat says, the gang tries an arbitrage scheme. It's Always Sunny theme. Straight up though, the Red Bull throne does come off like it could be like a rejected Always Sunny skit, you know? It's a little bit less like, it's not evil. The arbitrage thing was not like an evil scheme, which a lot of the gang's schemes are kind of evil, but it definitely has the energy. Thank you, another board person. Grady HD with the $5 says, I'd remember Demon Mama, and that shirt is giving me gender envy. I pray that you can resurrect Holy Mackerel. I hope so too. I am gonna take some time to work on that. Now that the site's gone and everything's gone, I need to get the letter together, but I'm hesitant because I don't want to. I know that the Holy Mackerel situation is going to, if I fail on the first email, it's never going to happen. So I want to make sure that I put together a compelling email that is likely to, you know, open a meaningful door of communication. But yeah. Mother Meerset renewing on the 36th month of membership on YouTube. Thank you so much, Mother Meerset. And also, Mother Meerset, thank you for the $2 super chat saying, no, not a fascist arc. I don't like this anime. Don't worry. I just meant by comparison. And by comparison, we're all fascists, so. TSW, the Shadow Wolf. Wait, Demon Mama, is Church Militant like fully dead? Yeah, they are totally dead. There is nothing left. There's nothing left. They're done. They are actually liquidating, so. Phone, you're trying too hard. I like this one though. Phone says, we have more genders than we got debt. Genders are going through inflation. Good. I want them to be inflated up so big and round that they pop, that they burst, and the gender just like a gas all over the planet. And Phone also says, are you gonna use your money to buy a gender hat? Maybe a liberal computer? How about a Democrat wig? Listen, Phone, I gotta tell you, take it back to the workshop, okay? This is not, you're not selling the Trumpist character well enough. Yes, Trumpists are wild and kooky, and a lot of them actually are legitimately crazy. But they usually don't talk like that. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta, I'm giving you some feedback here, okay? All right, I'll take a look at that after stream, Arlo. Girl with the guitar says, off topic, but Demon Mama, have you, oh, I love off topic. Have you listened to Ethel Cain? Just listened to the Preacher's Daughter album and it blew my mind. I fucking love Ethel Cain. Sorry. Lost my cool there. Ethel Cain gets my goblins going, if you know what I mean. Sorry. No, I love Ethel Cain. I really, really like Ethel Cain. Yeah. Dango Bangle asks, is Demon Mama retiring? No, I'm dying. No, we're retiring the studio. We're saying goodbye tonight to the studio. That's why I said it's time to say goodbye. And that change is good because we are retiring the studio. This is the last stream that will be streamed from this studio. And I'm going to take a short break and build my new studio. And then you guys are going to get to see it. So that'll be cool. Fabricio says, unlike Demon Mama, Holy Mac is actually retiring because they don't lie. You're right. I did shame to Holy Mackerel. You're right. Phone says, why does this spawn of Biden keep saying I'm a character? Free speech liberal. Oh, wait, that doesn't exist in Biden's fascist world. Okay, Phone. All right. All right, this is your I'm doing it. This is a special, okay? Phone, this is your one chance, all right? I'm just saying, if you're not a character and you really are Mr. Trump, or if you think your character is good enough to stand the test of an audience, this is your chance. Get into my Discord, discord.gg/Demon Mama, and we'll have a little chat. We can talk about gender. We can talk about Donald Trump. We can talk about Joe Biden. Or you can take the character back to the workshop, grease the wheels a little bit, tune it up a little bit, come back in a couple days. Those are our options. Because, you know, if you're serious, if you're a Trump warrior, or if you're trying to be a Trump warrior impersonator, you should be able to test it. You should be able to put it up to the test. Let's see it. Do you remember the last time? Everyone, it's been a while. It's been a while. The last time we indulged an obvious troll was J-Derv, actually. J-Derv. That was a good one. Sirius. Hey, it's good to see you, Sirius. Sirius says, wait, are you moving to a new studio or just no studio anymore? Are you moving house? I'm sorry if these were answered already. I'm late. I'm moving to a new studio. This studio was it was great while it lasted, but unfortunately, it's limited. And I've been planning on moving to a new studio for a while, and it's finally happening. I've been I'll be honest, I kept saying we were gonna move earlier, but the truth is that a bunch of stuff in life happened, and also I've been nervous about stopping the stream for a while to go work and build up a new studio, so that's what we're doing now. Gayfesh says, oh man, remember when we figured out that J-Derv was that TikTok asshole that went viral? That was wild. I actually think that like, I don't know, that was such a fascinating arc.
it shows that J-Derv is like committed to being a troll, you know? And not in the way that I was talking about before. You know, I mentioned that there's people who will keep pushing it. J-Derv, I mean, he pushes it a little bit, but he doesn't push it too much. He never pushed it too much. It was always in the, like, he was a talented troll. I'll give him that. He dropped the ball on a couple things, but all of that, even the TikTok viral asshole thing, like being able to play a character that people get mad at successfully, can be legitimate, you know? Yeah. Sirius says, what are you going to be doing with this room right now? This room is going to get converted into a guest room slash project room for my partners who really do deserve to have a room of their own to do their projects in. Yeah. Previously, we just didn't have enough rooms, and because this is my career, this room became my studio room. But now our housing situation has changed up a little bit, and we're going to have enough rooms. So, yeah. Mothermere set with the $5 says, oh boy, it sounds like that commenter is really phoning it in today with these totally gotcha insults. Goofy goobers be wildin' today. Yeah, true, Mothermere set, but we'll see. We'll see if he has, we'll see if he has the, what's the right word here? We'll see if he has the tones to call in on his phone. Nah, yeah, fucking whatever. Yeah, we tried. There might be a debate cooking, we'll see. Phone v Demon Mama would be great. I'd love it. Thea said, if you had an unlimited budget, what would your dream studio be? Oh my God, that's, I don't even, okay, let me think of, oh, that's such a good question. Okay, no budget, unlimited budget, dream studio. Multicam setup, okay? So we can have multiple cameras with different focal lengths, all right? Studio ceiling lights. So I have control over that. Maybe I would have a phone, and it's Dream Studio. So Dream Studio, I can hire, no budget limitations. I can hire someone to be able to adjust lights on the fly, okay? It would be a big open space that I can bring new props in all the time. And I would be able to, I would have a really long cable for my mic so that I can walk around with it if I want to. And there would also be, we would have preset the whole studio mic'd up so that I could walk basically anywhere without carrying the mic if I didn't want to. But if I wanted to get it more intimate, I could hold the mic myself. And I would have multiple like couches and things like that so that people could come on and people in my life could come in at their ease. And of course, I'd still have to have a computer set up because I would still want to do some of the stuff that I do right now. So, yeah, that's like the dream. That's off the cuff. I have never thought about what I would do with an unlimited budget, but yeah. Oh, of course. And yeah, I would have room for people to help me work on the show, but I would definitely have like a light and sound panel where I would have somebody working on that. Like a CNN newsroom? No. Much more customized. The sad thing is that all I'm thinking about right now is the Black Lodge and how that would be the vibe that I would want to go for. That I could, but I wouldn't want it to always be just like that. For those who don't know what the Black Lodge is, for from Twin Peaks. Here, let me get the shot of the Black Lodge. Okay, here we go. Wait, they gotta have a high definition one here somewhere. Here we go. Here we go. Wait, that's a high, the color is all off on that one. They can't do that. You can't do that. Here we go. This is what the Black Lodge looks like. Okay, this is not high res, but it's very striking. So here we go. You see what I mean? Where it's like, all of this could be, I could pull things in from anywhere. I could have props come in. We could move them in real time. I could stand up. I could like sit up here closer to the camera, have a computer like off camera, so I could do an up close and personal one. I could sit back here and have people in. We could have multiple camera angles so you could get close-ups in real time when we're having a conversation like podcast style, but it'd be like live, you know? And then I could wheel in any weird ass things I want, change the curtains. These curtain runners would be able to have multiple curtains on them, because if you have a studio like that, usually you have like 3 runners right next to each other. So you can pull a green screen around, so you can pull red around, you can have black, white, whatever. Yeah. Joseph Bros Tito says, okay, that's beautiful. It looks so cozy. No, it's not. It's not cozy. Wrong vibe. No cozy. Not don't get comfortable in the Black Lodge, whatever you do. And Eepy. Don't go to sleep in the Black Lodge. No, don't do it. No, but that is honestly, like, the Black Lodge has, like, look at this shot. It's got like a, oh, God damn it. Oh, this is like, here we go. Here's a shot from the original series, okay? It's got, it has like the setup of almost like a TV vibe, but because it's such an open space, I could put anything in here, and it could be changed from a show-to-show basis. So when you ask me my ideal, you know, I can't help. Oh my God, phone says, okay, little liberal, I'll join your Discord server. I was gonna say, it kind of looks like a talk show. It does, but it's got like, it's like a cursed talk show. And that's fine, because I basically do a talk show. So. Yuri says, I don't know what this is, but that is so aesthetic. That is the location known as the Black Lodge from Twin Peaks. It is a, it's not a good place. It's a very scary place, in fact. Perhaps one of, like literally one of the most upsetting locations that I've seen in a very long time. The Twin Peaks got under my skin in a way that I haven't really, there's a few, okay, myhouse.wad really fucked with me. Twin Peaks really scared the shit out of me. Like, penetrated my dreams level. And it's that scary and upsetting. It's a special type that most people can do. But but it's a location. I don't want to spoil, or I don't even think I could spoil anything. I don't even think, like, if I gave you a description of what the Black Lodge is, it wouldn't help you know anything. So, yeah. I don't know what Twin Peaks is. I've heard of it, though. You should watch Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks was a TV show made by David Lynch and Mark Frost, and it's an amazing show. There are 3 seasons and a movie. Most of the show is some of the best TV I've ever seen in my entire life. And there's like 10 episodes in season 2 that kind of suck. Not even 10. There's like 9 or 8 episodes in season 2 that kind of suck. And even still, There's still some gold even in those ones. But the first season, the season finale of season 2, the movie Fire Walk with Me, and The Return are legitimately some of the most incredibly and masterfully made horror. Absolutely incredible. Actually incredible. Also, if you watch Twin Peaks, you will suddenly start realizing that, like, basically every horror, every kind of like SCP, modern eldritch horror, all of them have direct references. Like there's like 5 locations in the game Control that are directly out of Twin Peaks. Like, not even kidding you. Like, just the location from Twin Peaks, and the game Control was just like, yeah, we're gonna borrow that. You can go to the place from Twin Peaks. Yeah. Thea says, can you please do a David Lynch impression, Mama? I don't know if I can do a David Lynch impression. The thing about David Lynch is that he has this incredible energy that is almost impossible for anyone else to replicate. He has a particular way of speech that almost no one else can do. And see, I can't even. You're telling me you're gonna watch a movie on your fucking telephone? Get real! That's like my best David Lynch impersonation, and it's not even close. That's not true. Uncle Gumbald. That's not true. So much energy. One moment. I have to check in here, see if we're gonna actually get a debate tonight. He says it way more nonchalantly. I don't know about that. Okay, fine, hold on. Oh God, I don't know if I can play any of these because they're from documentaries, aren't they? Hold on, let me see if I can find the clip. Oh, I love this one. There's so many times of him losing his mind. Oh, that one is from a movie. God damn it. You can't watch any of these because they're all from the bonus features of his movies. Hold on, let me see if I can find the one where he gets mad at the producer.
I love to eat cheese.
Here we go.
Growing trend.
Longacine is. Up here. Who gives a fucking shit how Longacine is? What a heavy load Einstein must have had. Fucking morons everywhere.
What a heavy load Einstein must have had. Fucking morons everywhere. He does have an intensity. You're right, maybe I put too much loudness into it. But the energy, I disagree with. I don't think I reached his level of energy. Oh, we got a debate. Oh, we're getting a debate. It's treats for everyone tonight. What a burden Demon Mama must have. Fucking morons everywhere. I don't know if this will be a moron. That's me poisoning the well. I'm actively poisoning the well. So I can win. I don't even know what we're going to debate about. William Wheels with the $20 super chat. Lasers! Come on now. Come on now. No, come on. All right, I'm getting into Collins. This is gonna be, all right, let's see how this goes. Oh my God, I should put the get real on the soundboard. That's such a good idea. No mic? What? How did he expect to, his name is Phone! What do you mean? You don't have a mic? Who doesn't have a mic? How do you type on YouTube without a mic? Your phone has one in it. Is this for real? What do you fucking mean? Why would you even bother getting into Discord? Oh my God. Maybe this guy really is real. Not having a microphone and going in to call in. Oh my God. I don't know how to do an actual call-in setup. Oh, God damn it. I was really hoping that we would get to do a random debate tonight. Do you see what I'm talking about? You guys remember back before we moved to this studio, it would have been a real thing that if a conservative showed up in chat, we would have been able to have a debate with him. If a conservative showed up in chat and started saying gender, loser, whatever bullshit, I could say, get in there, let's fucking hash it out. And there was at least a 50% chance of it happening. Now, 0%. There's the debate, the ability to do debates has dried up. Speaking of which, can I just take a moment real quick, since we're here and you're all here, did I not have the most primo debate content of all of 2023 and nobody fucking recognized it except for Cherry Bread of the Fruitcast? Your Cherry Bread the other day messaged me and said, why the fuck did nobody give you credit for doing the best debates of 2023? Your debates were fire. And I'm like, I know. I had debate with a drunk Kanye stan in 2023. I had debate with A Cheeto, the Minecraft raging kid, where we argued about whether pants are biologically determined. Then we had the debate with Soul Bunny. We had the debate with the Blanchardians. No, nobody else was doing that level of debates. My debate game was so strong in 2023. You gotta watch my debate, Joseph Bros Tito. Decay says, this is the first live of yours I've ever caught. Well, welcome. This is the last live of mine in this studio that you'll ever see. We are moving studios, so we are sending out the studio tonight. Thanks for the offer, Alora, but I was hoping for something a little more organic. But thank you. Good to know you're not quitting. I'm not quitting. Not yet. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's right. I debated Lav. That wasn't on my channel though, so I don't blame people for not giving me credit for that, but I debated fucking Lav.
This is actually Diet Coke, but it's in a mason jar, so I wouldn't blame you for thinking it was iced tea. Very similar. It's in a mason jar with a whole bunch of ice, and yeah, that's how I like my Diet Coke, so. Oh, I debated Paul's ego 2 separate times? What the fuck? I did so much debate content, and I didn't even realize how much debate content I did last year, and they were great. Yeah, Vegan Gains wasn't last year, though. That wasn't 2023. We're going into the far past now, though. Oh, I think it was serious. Let me double check. I think it was last year that we had our debate. True, K-Fesh. Oh, man, that was just... Yep, that's how it was. It was serious. Our AI art debate was great. And that was 2023. What the fuck? We were killing it. Oh, by the way, Deep Fat Fried reacted to you, reacting to them, reacting to you. Yes! I hope that was good. I hope that was good. I gotta reach out to them soon, cause I want to do something with them soon. I believe at gun games and guitars. Dr. Pepper is my favorite Coke. Currently, obviously Diet Coke is the GOAT. It's my favorite all-around soda. I love Diet Coke. I'm a Diet Coke drinker. But the new spiced Coke, which they have a zero version of, is really good. It's really good. Yes, that was Al the Healer. That was the Blanchard one I was talking about. The debate with the biggest hater's mom. What is spiced Coke? It's the spiced Coke is a new thing they're doing. I think it's I don't think it's going to be around forever. It's the new special flavor. Technically, it's raspberry spiced Coke. But to me, and I can taste the raspberry. There's definitely an air of raspberry in it. But to me, it just comes off as double cola. It has extra cola spice in it. So it tastes like a slightly fruity extra cola Coke. And I really, really like it. I think it's quite good. Alora, that would never happen, because if such a debate were to go down, it would be perhaps the worst trouncing the internet has ever seen, and it would be cruel to do so. So, yeah, that would never happen. Diet Coke is indeed a classic mom drink. Well, moms have good taste. What can I say? Moms are amazing. I completely and utterly stan moms. They're amazing. Diet Coke is a 1980s mom drink. Frankly based. You know, moms in the 1980s, they had a special, I mean, moms are always great, but 1980s moms were an incredible era for moms. There was can we be real? There were a lot of hot moms. And I don't just mean physically either. They were hot on like multiple levels. Talented, on the up and up, physically attractive, mentally attractive. There were a lot of hot moms in the 80s. What can I say? Kiwi TP says, my mom had me in the 80s and also loves Diet Coke. Guns, Games, and Guitar says, do you have a favorite Halo novel? I never got into the Halo novels. I played all the Halo games until 5? What? Wait, is Halo Infinite Halo 5 or 6? Halo 5 was Guardians, that's right. So it's 6. So I never played 5. I played all of the Halos up until Halo 5. I didn't play Halo 5 or any of the ones after that. D Mama, do you like the Mass Effect series? I really liked Mass Effect 1 and 2, and then I never finished Mass Effect 3. I don't know why. I don't know, it didn't hold me anymore after that. I really did like Mass Effect 1 and 2. Mass Effect 1 was a very special game to me when I was a teenager. So I really liked it when I was younger, but yeah. Oh, that's awesome, Matthew McConaughey. That's pretty cool. Doe's a big fan of the Greens. This has been fun. We've been chilling. This has been what I guess I did like. Do you think I made any? I did segments tonight, right? Right? Didn't I? I feel like they are. Mama, are you a fan of Death Clock maybe? I got to meet them Monday. Wait, for real? Like the Death Clock? I can't believe you survived one of their ritual suicide concerts. Oh yeah, I did the Red Bull Throne story. Did Red Bull Throne. I did the segment where I talked about Twin Peaks and lasting art, although who knows if anybody on YouTube will watch that shit. That's why you guys are the real ones. Fuck YouTube. Just kidding. Just kidding. I meant the YouTube viewers. I mean, just kidding. I don't fuck you guys either. I love you all. I love you all. Good night, Kitty Tech. I hope you rest well. I gotta keep an eye on the time. I can't go too long because I got a lot to do tomorrow. Yo, Chariot, thank you. Thank you so much, seriously. I was actually thinking about maybe reacting to one of your streams here. Cause I saw you posted the video that Shadiversity lied about GDC, and I listened to your original conversation about Shadiversity and GDC, and that made me go, maybe. I don't know though. I don't know if I'm gonna have time. Guns, Games, and Guitars says, do you like Sekiro? I love Sekiro. I feel like Sekiro was the FromSoft game that finally made me good at video games. That and Ringed City, which I played Sekiro and then I played Ringed City. The first time I played Dark Souls, I did not have, the DLC wasn't out yet the first time I played Dark Souls 3. So I went back and I played Ringed City after Sekiro, and I took what I learned from Sekiro into Dark Souls 3 Ringed City, and I was like, wow, I'm actually kind of good at games now. When before,
I was like really bad. And then sometime around that time, I also beat Hollow Knight, and I've been able to beat a lot of really hard games since then. Yeah. Oh my God, I would love that, Chariot. Holy shit. Oh my God, I would love that. Also, I feel like you're gonna get me on some stuff, which is fine. I deserve it. I deserve to be put in my place by a true Star Wars connoisseur. P5 included? P5? Yeah, Bribble, no, I haven't seen that. I should check it out. It's been a while since I updated on what Kashama Swant is up to lately. Persona 5, what the... Who knows if anybody on YouTube will watch that shit. That's why you guys are the real ones. Fuck YouTube. Just kidding. Just kidding. I meant the YouTube viewers. I mean, just kidding. I don't fuck you guys. Who knows if I thought you were explaining something when you said Persona. Oh my God, Chariot. Oh shit, Chariot. Oh. Oh shit. Chariot, you doing a review of I am like giddy with excitement for you to review his book. Oh, that is gonna be so I am so fucking ready! That's gonna be great! I love how many people are trolling on Shad now. Okay, Shadiversity, like, blew up in the algorithm. And then he, like, blew up doing, like funny, foppish swordman content. Where it was like, this is not a this is not a claymore. This is a hand-and-a-half sword, and all of you are incorrect. Now watch me demonstrate the correct fighting style. And then people are like, "Ooh, yes, interesting. Ah, funny. Look at the foppish man doing the funny sword content." And then he like immediately was like, "Okay, I have a platform now. Now I'm going to be the biggest cunt the world has ever fucking seen." And he just immediately pivoted into just being an asshole constantly, shitting on everything and saying, go woke, go broke ad nauseum. It was like, dude, it couldn't have gone any other way. If you like get a spotlight and the first thing that you do is like start throwing shit at people, like you're gonna get some people mad at you, especially if you get like huge, like massively successful on YouTube and then just for seemingly no reason. It's not like he made like a pivot, like he was like, okay, you know, I'm not really passionate about sword content anymore. I'm gonna talk about politics and whatever, come watch my politics show. It was like, I'm still gonna do sword content, but now I'm going to spend all of my time talking about how adding politics into things is bad while I add politics into everything that I do in the most obnoxious manner possible. It's just like, dude, that is a recipe for failure. That is a recipe to like piss off everyone. I don't know. Pantheon 5 in Hollow Knight. Oh, okay. Pantheon 5. No. Okay, so I never did the, I beat the Radiance, and then I never did the super hard boss rush expansion. I probably should, or at some point, but I don't know. I liked the boss difficulty. I liked the hard bosses in Hollow Knight, but I'm not a big fan generally of boss rush games where it's just a boss rush mode. I don't know why. I like the flow of like combat, exploration, puzzles, boss, combat, exploration. It's a good flow for me. So yeah. Chariot says, also, Demon Mama, your react to the Shad, Elden Ring, and Zeostorm thing is legendary. People should go watch that. A favorite streaming moment of mine in your reacts. Thank you so much. I had so much fun with that. I had so much fun with that. Thank you. That's really, I would love it if more people would see that, but it was go put it on your watch later, everybody, because you'll have a lot of fun with that one. Young Strap-On says, Shad's books are just his kinks. Okay, whoa, okay, hold on a second. That's every book ever, okay? Let's be fucking real here, all right? That is not a good argument to impugn Shad on, okay? That's every fucking piece of art ever, okay? Sorry, that's just how it is. Guns, Games, and Guitar says, Demon Mama, today I learned about a trans YouTuber named Dead Domain and her videos of her infiltrating CPAC. Are you familiar? I am familiar with Dead Domain. I don't think I've watched any of Dead Domain's videos, but I am familiar of her. And I have heard, one of my partners really likes Dead Domain. I haven't seen any of it, but yeah. Okay, but Shad's kinks scare me. No, that's fair. Oh, sorry about that. They, them. I stand corrected. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Mr. Krabs, if you ask me one more time, I swear to fucking God. Not tonight. Don't do it. Don't push me. Don't fucking push me. Enough. Melody Rain, are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Yeah, mixed Izzy. I don't know anything about their pronouns. I just saw the commenter who I was reading used she/her pronouns, so I assumed that they knew better than me, given that I've never watched any of their videos. So. Sirius says, I have a friend who used to watch Shad because he's super into weapons. He saw the fall off as it was happening. Yeah, I mean, look, I understand wanting to like pivot into doing something different or whatever. You know, I get it. I've done that. God knows my channel has changed a lot over the years.
but it's a pretty major pivot to not just go from like swords and medieval like tidbits of information and curiosities like, oh, did you know that this is called a doublet and that's called a I don't know. I don't fucking know any of this fucking shit. I don't remember any of that shit. It's been 100 years since I read Game of Thrones. Boiled leather, mummers, some shit like that. Anyway, to go from that type of stuff to being like not just talking about politics, but also talking about politics in like the most scoffing, snide, alarmist, over-exaggeratory, and inflammatory way possible, you know? Like, Shad doesn't just, like, talk about his views on politics. He's like, well, yes, of course, the liberals, they want you to think that, that it's okay for people to be more than two genders. But of course, that's ridiculous. We all know that because in medieval times you could be a man or a woman, that we must be man or woman for all of time. Fucking idiots. They just want to convert you to get rid of men. They want to get rid of men for you. I don't know, something like that. It's a bad pivot. Cosine V says, I'm reading Game of Thrones right now and they say boiled leather all the time. Yeah. I can't even do it good enough. Like the thing with Shad is like he scoffs so much. He does the smuckle, and I can't even do that ironically. Like where you're like, like he's so entertained by the sound of his own desperate jokes, and then he gets so mad. It's like, I don't know. He's one of those people where like, hearing his own voice, like, I don't know, it's like a dog, you know, barking in a room and scaring itself so that it needs to bark more. You know, he hears himself getting angry and then he needs to get more angry because he feels like someone is getting angry at him. I've watched him on multiple occasions wind himself up into this like squeaky, whiny rage at something so stupid. Like that happened in the Elden Ring review where it was just like, dude, you're shitting, like the way he was shitting on Elden Ring was not rage inducing at all. It wasn't anything that like deserved rage. It wasn't even like comedically over affected. What were they thinking? Angry video game nerd shit. He was just getting angrier and angrier for some reason. And then, I don't know, tying it into like how it's somehow bad writing. I don't fucking know. Shad reminds me of Arch Warhammer. Are they friends? I don't know if they're friends, but I'm pretty sure that Shad has referenced Arch Warhammer on multiple times. Sirius says, honestly, Shad never passed the vibe check for me. I have an incredible sensitivity to chuds. My most recent confirmation was Nerd City. My sense is unbeatable. Nerd City. What's Nerd City? What's Nerd City? Wait, what? There's an Outward 2? They're making Outward 2? Oh, that's awesome. Anyway, what's Nerd City? Let's find out. I'm excited for that shit. I love Outward. Nerd City. When Sniper Wolf loses, this happens. It's all, is it all Sniper Wolf stuff? What the fuck is this shit? Sniper Wolf, the worst YouTuber of all time? Oh, so this is like a commentary channel. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Serious. Serious. Infernatrix Sophia says, congrats on that genius bait title on your stream. 10 out of 10 worked on me. This is the last stream from this studio. You should be, at least, if you're feeling something, then yes, I'm happy that it succeeded. I wanted to bait you into coming in and celebrating the end of this studio that I've spent the last 2.5 years in. But anyway, let's continue. Serious. I'm sorry, but this, you say that this is an example of good chuddar? This is the most obvious chud channel I've ever seen in my entire life. How long does Miley Cyrus have left? Worst mom on YouTube, worst dad on YouTube, worst brain, worst fans, yoga pants expose. Also, wow, this guy doesn't have that many videos. How the fuck did this guy get so many views? That's incredible. Okay, maybe it's because of this. This YouTuber is destroying entire cities on Instagram. The fuck does that mean? I love that everybody's been giving me shit about fucking clickbait when they got this shit. Worst dad on YouTube. How okay, actually Daddy of 5 was pretty bad. So maybe that's not clickbait. But okay, but this fucking yoga pants ass. I don't know. Whatever. Stop! Stop! Okay. I want to watch this. I really want to watch this. We're doing a react segment. That's right. That's right, you motherfuckers. That's fucking right. That's fucking right, you motherfuckers. Fuck, it's time to do a goddamn react segment. I'm doing it off the cuff. That's right, we're reacting to Chariot. My lovely imps, Chariot proved that Shadiversity, our foppish, sword-loving, Elden Ring-hating, anti-woke, go broke, go woke, 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 go broke guy. Well, he lied. He lied about the woke, everybody. I know. Who could have believed that a guy who dresses up in a jester outfit and dances around in his yard and then screams about how gay liberals are would lie about something for money on the internet. But let's see what he lied about. I want to see this guy get exposed.
Everybody,
let's do it.
What are we doing? I am just stopping by to record.
This is Chariot TV. Go subscribe to Chariot's channel immediately because everything that Chariot makes is gold and you are missing out if you're not subscribed to Chariot TV. And of course, also if you're not subscribed to me. But go subscribe to Chariot because that's who we're reacting to right now. Let's go.
Something here real quick. As a little supplement to something we did on stream a little while back. I reacted to this Shadiversity video. We watched about half of it. It was an insanity-inducing experience. And if that kind of nonsense is what you're about, then you can go watch that if you want. It's on the channel, link in the description. Since you're watching this on YouTube, I am recording this. This is not a live stream. And the reason why I'm doing that is because it probably wouldn't be that entertaining to watch live, but maybe if I cut it up just a little bit, you guys will at least see the point that I'm trying to make here and think that this is worth making.
Okay, something that really always throws me for a loop. These guys, this has got to be the smelliest room on the fucking planet, okay? This guy is wearing like what equates to a winter jacket with another like a winter vest over it, Plus, you can visibly see he's got clothes on underneath. So, unless it's really, really, really cold in his studio, which I guess is possible, but I don't know. None of these guys look cold at all, and that's a lot of layers, okay? And also, these guys put out a lot of videos, and they're always in the same outfits, which makes me wonder how frequently these, like, custom medieval outfits actually get washed. All I'm gonna say is, I bet it smells crazy in there. No, that's a hoodie. It's a piece of his merch. Why is it so puffy? How is that? Does he just have like is he wearing like a work button-up long sleeve shirt? I don't know.
So somebody commented on the video when I did finally upload that stream segment that, as I had talked about, Shad really went after the Game Developers Conference. And they have an information page.
He's kind of chunky. I don't think that's how look, I'm chunky, okay? I'm a heavy girl, okay? I know this. And when I wear a hoodie, it doesn't look like it's stuffed with goose feathers, okay? Ever. Not ever. Unless I'm wearing something that's actually stuffed with goose feathers. So either Shadiversity has a body type that makes his extra weight look like goose down.
About their different sessions, where you can actually search things up and like look at all of the different talks that they had. And they have descriptions as well, which is really interesting. And I was thinking to myself, wait a minute, when I was there live, I didn't have this to work off of. I didn't know that that was there. So I was just anticipating the problems that Shad and his two chuckleheads would have with it. And that's one thing. But it would be something else to talk about the specific ways that they misrepresented what these talks are about at base. So I think it would be a little bit interesting to kind of go back through this, do a little quick, fact-checking, talk a little bit about what actually happened here.
Perfect. I was going to say, recently, well, I assume that Chariot's going to do this now, so I don't really have to. Thanks.
And then touch on the newest update to the situation. So here, we're going to go through a few segments of when Shad talked about the different talks at the conference, and when they said some interesting things about them.
For a game design, Fair Play Summit, Kind Games, designing for pro-social multiplayer, because gaming needs to be kind. No, it doesn't.
Do you see what I mean? Remember when just a few minutes ago, if you're watching this in the video, you wouldn't have been here for it, but earlier in my stream, which this video comes from, I was just talking about how the reason why Shadiversity attracts so much ire from so many people is because he went from being like a foppish sword guy into being the most smug cunt that you can absolutely ever imagine. Like that type of shit. Like, I'm gonna go and pick a random speech that some actual person out in the world that he doesn't know this person. It's not like he's got beef with whoever's giving the speech. He's just reading the title and it says, how to bring more kindness into games. He's like, oh, kindness? Who needs kindness? And then he complains when people get mad at him and make fun of him. It's like, dude, you're literally being like a stereotype of a jackass. And come on, like, I don't know. We didn't even have to go like 30 seconds into this video in order for us to have a perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about.
No, it doesn't. You're right, it doesn't. First there was the...
No, it doesn't. So here it says that this is a talk by Daniel Cook, Fair Play Summit, kind games designing for pro-social multiplayer. And you might think, oh, kind games, I wonder what they mean by that. Is it when players are nice to each other? What kind of behavior are we talking about? Well, it's interesting that Shad should offer a characterization of it, because it's actually in the description here. Look at that. What does it look like to proactively design our games to facilitate positive human relationships? Games built on a foundation of kind aesthetics can deliver greater player satisfaction, greater long-term engagement, and richer human experiences. Internal studio research increasingly shows that social features facilitating friendship are highly predictive of long-term retention in online games. Despite this, many games are based on single-player or competitive gameplay and only add friendship-focused social features as an afterthought. We define kind games, as multiplayer games designed from the start with systems that deliberately promote pro-social behavior. We observe this as an emerging design trend in hit multiplayer games like Sky Children of Light, Sea of Thieves, Final Fantasy XIV, Death Stranding, and even distinctly uncozy games like Elden Ring.
Okay, small side thing. Sea of Thieves is not my favorite game in the world for a couple of reasons. Like, the whole game it's not like my favorite. I haven't played like an extensive amount of Sea of Thieves. But one thing I have to praise the Sea of Thieves for very seriously, that game does such an incredibly good job at convincing you to pirate it up with all your friends. Like, the fact that you can sync up your instruments to do the shanties, it just a feature that instantaneously adds social magic to a game. And I really do have to praise Sea of Thieves for that. Even though I played Sea of Thieves and I was like, this isn't really like the game for me in the long term, I had so much fun jumping onto a boat, shouting, using the little thing to the little speaker voice thing. What's it called? Not a bullhorn, because that's the electrical ones. A loudspeaker, I don't know what those things are called. A horn where you could talk and it's in-game audio, so you could point it and be like, hey! And then getting people to play the accordion and the little guitar, and it's amazing. They really do a good job. And I think it's worthy that at a game developers convention, they would spend some time going, wow, there's some magic going on here. How do we learn about this? How do we improve on this and iterate off of this? Megaphone? Is it a megaphone? Yeah, I guess it is a megaphone. I always think, when I think megaphone and bullhorn, I always think of the electronic version, but I guess a megaphone would still make sense even in a non-electric version. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
In this talk, we hope to jumpstart the conversation by covering practical tools, constraints, and real-world examples. We'll arm you with ideas on how social-first design should be a top business priority, not an afterthought. You should leave inspired by the grand opportunity to design multiplayer pro-social games that bring out the best in humanity. So, what's interesting about this is that this says it's for social systems designers, creative directors, and anyone who believes that games can help players thrive. But it says that there's a business angle to this. It's retention, player-based retention. So they have data, apparently, per the talk, and that would be what you would go there to see, right? To see if that's the case. They're suggesting that they have real reasons they're suggesting that they have real reasons for knowing, or justifications for believing, that games like this can help people They're suggesting that they have reasons to believe that behaviors in these games, right, that you would normally, you wouldn't think of as like kindness intuitively. This is a problem with Shad, by the way. He always goes with intuitive reads. The man is so egotistical, he can't not behave like he already knows things that he needs to know to navigate a conversation. So he uses his intuition a lot, and it fails him a lot. And it's interesting because in this case, like Elden Ring, would you think of that as like a kind game? Probably not. But when they say kind...
Some people would call that, like, in and of itself, like a reactionary tendency. But I actually don't think it's a reactionary tendency per se. I think it's actually what we would call knee-jerk reactions. Like, and it's almost worse. in some ways on like as far as on a a personal level. If you're the type of person where everything that you see, you just immediately react with the very first emotion, and you're already tuned to be incredibly uncharitable to anything that you're even remotely biased against, it just makes you like a very dumb person and a very annoying person to be around and a very annoying person to listen to. Like, if the first thing that you do when you encounter something is just whatever your first emotion is, you just blurt it out. Like, that's like, it's baby behavior. It's the behavior of a literal child. But this is not a child, and it's not endearing when like a grown man uses an enormous YouTube platform to just kind of vent his like low level like, "Ugh, I don't like that word." It's that's why I say it's like it's almost worse than being reactionary in the like political sense on a personal level, because it speaks to an actual like a weaker form of intellect. I mean, I will say that they run together. Like, people who tend to have extremely basic, hyper emotional knee-jerk reactions and don't don't ever check those knee-jerk reactions. Like, those people do tend to end up being reactionary people in the political sense. Like, meaning people who are who view their political responsibility to sort of be reacting to a changing world in the, you know, like that way. Some people call like that sort of thing reactionary in and of itself, and I don't think it is. I actually think it speaks to like a more fundamental immaturity.
They mean something specific, don't they? They mean something really particular.
Isn't the Melody Rain says, isn't that the definition of being a reactionary? Not exactly. Being a political reactionary does not mean like having a knee-jerk reaction to anything, because if that was the case, then they would also have a knee-jerk reaction to any type of like political change, even one that's in their favor. Political reactionary as a term refers to a political position that sees itself as sort of like their political responsibility is to respond to a changing world, to a progressive world, and say, no, you're going to take it too far, it's too dangerous, as opposed to just being knee-jerk in general. It's a distinction, but I think it's one that matters. Yeah, reactionary is when you do react content. No. Yeah, obviously.
Not kindness as such, but pro-social, fostering certain kinds of social interactions. And that's interesting, right?
Chariot says, reactionary essentially means a social reaction to political progress, but knee-jerk intuitions are definitely the domain of the philosophical traditionalist. That's what I'm trying. You, of course, said it better than I could. That's basically what I was trying to say in a more clear and concise way. Thank you.
Because if fostering certain kinds of social interactions in multiplayer settings creates more retention, that's good for your business. And there's an angle to this where people like Shad really would rather not accept this, unfortunately. But quite simply, when you think about it, there are business reasons for wanting to do stuff like this. It's not all an imposition where all these companies are going to go broke because they're going woke. They have business reasons for trying to do this stuff. You have to try to see that here.
Well, even
so that was the increase.
But even come on, like I don't even. This is why the go woke, go broke stuff stops making any sense to me at all. And you realize like the word woke just it doesn't really mean anything anymore. Like if you were to ask them, okay, what about this is like, what about this is even like I don't even know. Like, what about this is even progressive, right? Like, what do conservatives have conceptually? Or what do they have against the idea of making games that encourage people to have fun with one another and play together as a team? Like, I mean, I guess we're at the point of conservatism where they just do openly hate that stuff. I guess there is a value in someone like a Shadman type character, or why did I say Shadman? Shadiversity. I do this all the time, and it makes Doe so angry because I know that Shadman is also a conservative, but admittedly, I think is probably a worse person than Shadiversity. But their names are so similar, I sometimes say one or the other. Shadiversity, I guess, is a useful or interesting character because he kind of unintentionally gives up the game, right? Like it's not even about like oh, you know, I don't like this left-leaning political agenda. Apparently now, if Shadiversity is to be trusted, working together, having fun as a team of people, being together and enjoying the presence of other humans, these are all fundamentally liberal, woke things that are dangerous and need to be opposed. Which, what a depressing worldview. Like, there is nothing in here that says anything about like diversity or anything like that. It's literally saying, this speech is basically like a high school coach saying, one of the most magical things about playing sports together is that you get to have the feeling of being a part of a team. And we want to make that happen. Every year we want to get together and make sure that we have fun as a team. And then Shadiversity comes in and goes, well, that's fucking liberal. Get this out of here. Fuck.
You have to try to see that here.
So that was the inclusive design. Oh, no, this is a new one. Inclusive design workshop, weaving accessibility into workflows.
Just bring out Helen Keller and get her to use the wing.
Accessibility into workflows. That one confused. Is that like, again?
So, again, these guys don't know what they're talking about, and they're not really interested in learning, but they do go out of their way to mock disabled people, which is about what you'd expect from a guy like Shadiversity, you know?
I mean, I don't know. That's just, again, giving up the game, my man. It's like some random game developer's like, hey, I came up with some really good ideas for how you can make the workplace more welcoming and productive for people with disabilities. And they're like, oh, disabled people. God, I hate these people so much. Shadiversity is so fucking annoying. Why? This is the thing. Shadiversity is the type of guy where, like, if he fell into the water in one of his medieval heavy armors, everybody would just laugh. He's such a dick that, like, there's nobody who's gonna come to his aid because he's pissed everyone off already by just being a constant asshole. You know, it's like, who's gonna stick their neck out for you, even if he was getting canceled by the YouTube algorithm or whatever he says. Even if he was, no one's gonna side with you because you're an asshole. You're a jackass that even people on your own side can't appreciate.
Not wharf flows. Workflows. We're not looking for Klingons. Weaving accessibility into workflows. What does it say, class? Let's find out. Let's learn together. This is by Carrie Waterton, Senior Designer of Accessibility Rebellion. Accessibility helps more people play our games, but it also takes an army. How can you take your passion and train people across disciplines to make more inclusive choices? This talk will enable you to run your own workshops to boost accessibility in your studio. Accessibility designer Carrie Waterton created inclusive design workshops inspired by Xbox's inclusive design sprints to train developers at Rebellion to consider accessibility throughout development in a way that is cost-effective but still impactful. This awareness across disciplines helped to foster an inclusive design mindset and avoids unintentional barriers in our games. Carrie's talk covers the creation and content of the cross-discipline workshops, the feedback and the development that Rebellion went through to create an engaging and fun learning experience.
When you see the like, obviously, any thinking person can watch Shad's video. I shouldn't say that. He has a lot of viewers still. Most people who have a heart and can think for even a moment can sit down and go, okay, this guy's being uncharitable. But if you take the time to go actually look at what he's talking about, it becomes abundantly clear how his only gimmick is sort of scoffing at things that he doesn't understand. You know? Like, this is completely reasonable. You read this and you're just like, oh yeah, okay. So this is somebody who's really good at like a professional who's really good at understanding like the ways that you can facilitate tools that will increase the sales of your game by making the game more accessible to people with disabilities, and how you can do that without increasing costs. It's so abundantly reasonable what's being talked about here that when you actually see it, it makes his stupid scoffing reaction just all the more ridiculous.
Experience and the resultant impacts that the training has had on our staff and our workflows. Attendees will walk away with a template to run their own low-cost, multidisciplinary accessibility workshops. They will be shown metrics around impact of the workshop to help them make a case for accessibility training at their studio, as well as advice on lessons learned from Rebellion's deployment of the workshops. So it looks like this is basically for...
It sounds like a little bit of both, Alora. When I first heard it, my assumption was, okay, yeah, it's like about like how to make it easier for if you have a disabled coworker. But it sounds like, honestly, this is about both. It's about both for gamers, for the gamers, and for the developers, which, again, it's just a super reasonable thing to have a GDC talk about. There's nothing like, I don't know.
Anybody, you know, not really designed for anybody from any one background or perspective, but it's interesting because they're saying, like, making your games accessible to more players, obviously that's a no-brainer finance-wise, right? Like, you want more people to buy your product. Sure, but there's another angle to this, right? Like, how do you actually get your office, right, your team behind this? It's an interesting question, and that's what this talk would be about if you went to it. So instead of just sitting there and being confused, you could look it up. And I think that that's important because what these guys do is they sit around and they make a lot of kind of insinuations about people.
Yeah, look at the title of his video. DEI has infested the game developers conferences with endless propaganda. Now you want to talk about some clickbait. Oh yeah, the endless propaganda of going, hey guys, we think we can save you money and make your workplace a better place, and you'll sell more copies of your game if you think about this stuff in advance. It's propaganda. What the fuck?
People that are really unkind. You know, it'd be one thing if they didn't know, and so they made a charitable assumption, but they're making uncharitable assumptions because they don't know. So they're weaponizing their own ignorance.
All right, so look at the next one. Climate Crisis Workshop, because that's what we need in games, right? Use your game development superpowers to fight the climate crisis. Oh. No one cares.
I'm sorry. But like anyone who wants to work climate change and making video games, it does not work in the same, like, if you have...
So again, they just start BSing. I think the no one cares there is pretty fun, though. I wanted to leave that in. It's just interesting.
Like, obviously, we all know that, like, woke now includes caring about the environment. And to a certain degree, that's always been the case. You know, if you don't, you know, want to, you know, systemically grind up every small animal that you see, if you're not, like, possessed by the urge to torment rodents or birds that you find, then you must be a gay liberal hippie. You know, that's been sort of a hallmark of the conservative movement for a while. But like this sort of soy-facing rage reaction to like, hey, we're doing a panel where we talk about climate change. It's actually wild too, because climate change is like an incredibly popular topic right now in media. I swear to God, it's a major theme in like tons of games. I just played Jusant, a game that was really good. But I guess I'm sure they would probably think Jusant is like super woke or something, because there's a gay person in it. But Jusant is a game that's like it's not preaching about climate change, but climate change is a fantasy world that experiences a fantasy form of climate change is a major part of the game. And it's like a really great game. I don't know. It's in like, I'm trying to think, it's in Death Stranding. Climate change is a huge part of Death Stranding, like one of the most amazing games of this entire generation. And I don't know, I guess they would find that game too woke. Oh yeah, what am I talking about? I forgot. They don't play Death Stranding because it's too fucking gay for them. Missing out. When you're a hardcore gamer and you miss out on the most incredible and thoughtful and one of the most powerfully innovative games of a generation because it's too woke for you because they talk about climate change once or twice. I don't even know.
Though, right? Because...
Oh my God, true. Mr. Krabs says, Sonic. Yeah, one of the most famous classic video games series of all time. The entire, like, Sonic was, that was hippie stuff. In the original games, it's all about pollution and saving animals from getting crushed by pollution. Like, oh, I don't know. What is wrong with these people? Nobody cares though, right? Yeah, no one cares. All these games that have climate change as a subject matter and sell like crazy, people talk about climate change but nobody cares. Okay, dude. It's so funny too because these guys are always so convinced that everyone else except for them lives in a bubble. And then they scream in soy face that no one on the planet cares about climate change, as if climate change is not consistently one of the issues that most bothers people. Whatever.
Let's see. Control F. Climate Crisis Workshop. Use your game developer superpowers to fight the climate crisis. Wow. I wonder what this could be about. It's a shame that I can't use my 2 eyes and my ability to be literate in the English language to find out on a website.
Oh, don't worry, Rainbow Krampus. Nothing that I said spoils Jusant at all. Jusant is a game that is it's about the experience. There's not like great secret reveals or anything like that. It's a very emotive and visual game. Don't worry, I didn't spoil anything at all. In fact, I think that's literally in the description of the game. Let's continue.
That I can access with the World Wide Web. Fascinating. Wow, look at all of the people here at this workshop. Amazing. A lot of very qualified people, actually. That's very interesting. This full-day interactive workshop returns for the 3rd time. Okay, so it's popular enough to keep coming back. That's interesting. They must have...
Obliterated immediately. Nobody cares. We've returned and sold out the entire speaking hall for the 3rd year in a row. Nobody cares. Yeah, okay, dude.
A lot of attendance for this. Streamlined and improved to teach teams and individuals how to integrate climate change and climate resilience messaging into their games. Through expert lectures and hands-on design activities, participants will both better understand the climate crisis and unlock their own superpowers as game developers, immediately applying new theory and practice to develop an original game pitch by the end of the day. So, you want to tackle this topic in a game? Here is a way to pitch it. We're going to help you workshop it. Seems fine, right? You could do this for any subject, you know? You want to make a game about a topic? Well, you know, come to our talk if you so desire, and we'll help you workshop the pitch. Seems fine, right? How could one possibly object to that? I mean, what are we like, pro climate change? Are we climate deniers? Is that what it is?
Yes.
It seems like that might be a little bit what it is sometimes for some people. Not going to put that on any specific people, but some people might feel that way. Participants will gain a deeper understanding of the downstream impacts of the climate crisis on individuals and understand approaches to build people's resilience to those impacts. Participants will learn fundamental transformational design approaches and practice applying these approaches with guidance from the workshop leaders. Participants will leave this workshop empowered with the knowledge, approaches, and processes necessary to add effective climate resilience messaging to their games. Hey, you're making a game, you want to make it about this, you go to the talk. You don't? Then you don't go. Seems pretty straightforward, actually. Seems fine.
Independent Game Summit, the Black Gamic Language.
The black gamer language.
No, gamic language.
Okay, so there is a. I don't know much gamer speak, but there is one particular gamer word. Now, when I hear black in the title,
that's
probably not what they're talking about.
That's what I'm.
I was literally about to go and do the exact same face that Chariot made right there, and Chariot just goes, whoop. I'm sorry, that was so good. It's really funny too, because when I first heard this clip, I had to resist the urge. I was not streaming the first time I heard this guy say this, because I saw this video, a clip of this video before when he says this, and I did the exact same thing. When the first thing that he thinks of is, wow, I want to say the N-word, and it's just like, I had to resist the urge to not just look directly at, like, be like, you guys fucking hearing this? Because I was sitting alone in my own living room watching it by myself.
Thinking about that.
They caused you.
Yeah, normal. Yeah, they put those thoughts in his head. Somebody did anyway. Fantastic. Well, the black gamic language. Actually, when I saw this, I was confused as well because I didn't recognize that word, gamic. Fantastically, we can learn about this. Spencer Garland, CEO, Creative Director, Brenda Arts, LLC. Hype Williams, but for video games? This presentation speaks to the newfound formation of a black gamic language, in a similar way that Gordon Parks, Marvin Van Peebles, Spike Lee, John Singleton, the Wayans brothers, oh my god, this is a long list of names, Ava DuVernay, Cheryl Dunier, Boots Riley, Terrence Nance, okay, alright, we got through it, developed what black TV and movies can be. Spencer Garland, along with other developers, are adding... I mispronounced somebody's name wrong. Somebody's going to get me for that. I got one of those wrong. I know I got a couple... I got one of those wrong. I always get people's names wrong. I still remember when people... somebody got...
Don't let them get to you. Cherry, we must harness our power. Everyone always mispronounces everyone's name forever. Never let the chatters gaslight you into thinking that you've done something wrong. I can sense it in you too, because I do it too, and I'm trying to get better about it. But these bastards over here in this little fucking chat box, these bastards will complain about everything. And I just want to be like, let me listen to your conversations every single day, because I bet you guys say everything like a fucked up weirdo, okay? And but because they're in chat and they can type and they don't have to record themselves, they can be like, oh, you said it wrong. When in reality, people mispronounce shit all the time. There's like literally millions of ways to pronounce people, especially names. You might think something is like a French spelling, and it turns out it's not even close. It's some other country, and the pronunciation is totally different. Together, we resist these pedants.
Really mad at me because I mispronounced a director's name or something. I can't remember the specific circumstance, but it was a long time ago, and I still remember it.
You literally have never pronounced my name right. Wait, okay. How am I supposed to say it? What am I saying wrong? Okay, but that, I actually am curious, because I say your name frequently, so that's one I'm actually interested in correcting. Calliope? Calliope. Is that right? Calliope. You people lied. Calliope. I didn't know that. Calliope. All right, so Cleope. That's it now. Cleope. Calliope. All right, now I know.
I'm still embarrassed about it. Along with other developers adding their ideas into what black games can be. What new inherently black genres can be added to the medium of video games? What characters or worlds can be created? To reference Andrew Benjamin, black game devs have something to say. Okay. This presentation will go over the history of Black life represented in games, understanding media literacy around stereotypical depictions of BIPOC people in games, the history of BIPOC game devs, and who is actively working to dismantle the systems that exclude Black life and joy in the medium. Discourse about BIPOC aesthetics from film and how they can be translated into a gamic medium will also be expressed. I want the audience to think about how new references can be put into the video game medium. Black art is largely overlooked outside of rap music for game soundtracks, but adding those works into games will propel the medium forward. Fantastic.
That sounds based as hell.
So this is actually really interesting. The last time that I've touched on something like this, I think, was the Blade video essay. That was a long time ago. But yeah, man, like Black cultural impact in film is super real. So it is interesting to talk about that in video games. Okay, yeah, sure. You know, seems fantastic. Actually, this sounds really interesting. This is one that I would go to for sure. Oh my God, it's only 30 minutes. Oh, what a beautiful Spencer Garland, you beautiful individual. With some of those other talks were like a whole day thing if it's a workshop, or like multiple hours. 30 sweet minutes to talk about something wonderful. Actually, this sounds fantastic. I don't know why anybody, we're not going to name any names here, would feel the need to reference the N-word in this context. That seems wrong.
Educators Summit.
So, like, I see, like, you can understand why they would get triggered by this one, but once again, gives the game away, doesn't it? Like, if your reaction to, like, a Black CEO, a Black gaming CEO talking about, hey, I want to see more Black art in my games, and your first thought is, I need to say the N-word right now. Like I said, kind of gives the game away, right? Kind of just lets you know what they're all about.
Prototyping Afrofuturism, abolitionism, and climate justice through.
Now the pedantry is on the other foot, isn't it, Shadman? No, Shadiversity, not Shadman. Shadman's the guy who's in jail. I keep doing it.
Game education. Wow.
Listen, if he can say abolition, I can call him Shadman, okay?
Have you seen Disney's new animated series they're doing, or movie?
What's it?
Oh, I don't know what it's called, but it's like Wakanda.
Sorry,
Disney's and climate justice through game education.
Good catch. Good catch.
Wow.
Have you seen Disney's new animated series they're doing, or movie?
What's it?
Oh, I don't know what it's called, but it's like Wakanda, Disney.
Hey.
Have you seen that?
No.
Oh yeah, it's got all that stuff in it.
Oh wow. Afrofuturism. Again, this is that over push where you need Black representation or Black focusing in everything. And it's like, hang on. I understand, of course, having...
See, he's bullshitting. Shad just goes, I'm sorry, I just bumped the mic. Shad just goes straight to bullshitting when he doesn't know what he's talking about. He just starts making it, oh, here's what this is really about. Are you sure? By the way, I believe it's abolitionism, not absolutionism, but whatever. I still remember that. I remember I was quite nettled at that Afrofuturism comment because it felt like the guy just doesn't know what he's talking about. You can read, there's actually a lot of books. We'll talk about this. I promised that we would. We'll talk about this someday. Prototyping Afrofuturism, abolitionism, and climate justice through games education. Matthew Coopleton. Coopleton? Nice. Always getting people's names wrong. I'm so sorry. How can educators support students in learning anti-racist game design skills through prototyping unpoliced Afrofuturistic worlds? This talk provides answers to this question, sharing principles for learning experience design generated through an education psychology research study on learning in an Afrofuturist and abolitionist-themed critical game jam. Through a series of design activities, Black and LGBTQIA young people imagined, prototyped, and play-tested games that challenge systemic oppression, prototyping and rehearsing Black liberation. The speaker presents videos, quotes, and images of their process and their reflections on it, along with learning design principles these exemplify. These principles include prioritizing world building as a low barrier of entry introduction to critical game design, prototyping Afrofuturistic strategies for climate justice, and prototyping and rehearsing unpoliced futures. Okay, so it's interesting, right? Because it's like people make a certain type of game, is what this sounds like. There was a game jam.
Okay, now I'll be completely honest. This description right here does seem like a DEF CON, like a DEF CON 3 type event for conservatives. Like, this would activate, the first sentence alone seems like it would activate basically everything they hate. So this one, you can understand why anti-woke conservatives would get mad about this. The first three, the first three were like, it's a stretch to even say that there's even something that even resembles what they think woke means. The first three were just like, one of them was just like, how do you make games where people have fun together? The second one was like, hey, disabled people work in our studios and play our games. How do we make tools that make it easier for them to do that? The third one was like, I'm a black CEO. I want to see more black music and more black art in my games. How do we do that? This one is the first one that seems like it's like this is kind of poking back at them, which is based. But they barely even got they got more mad at the climate change one than this one. And this one is like, how can educators support students in learning anti-racist game design skills? Damn, they should have read the website. They would have had a whole lot more to talk about.
That already happened prior to this that's being reflected on. And then you go, okay, what do we learn from this? If you're trying to do this, you should do that, etc., etc. Again, this is wholly inoffensive. To peddle outrage over something like this is just despicable, in my opinion. And that's one of the reasons why I even talk about it in the first place. Attendees learn how to support game design students in prototyping future worlds free from systemic oppression. They encounter principles of learning generated through research on a critical game jam where Black and LGBTQIA young people prototyped Afrofuturistic games. Yeah, there you go. I mean, the takeaway kind of restates what's in the previous paragraph. Yeah, game design educators in high schools, colleges, and universities. So there's like a pedagogical element to this as well, which is like how to teach about these things.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. Mixed Dizzy says, my only complaint is these theory terms are great to save page space, but these words can go over people's heads. Well, this one right here is the intended audience is for other educators. So it kind of makes sense that there would be a lot of theory terms in this one, given that this is a talk that is being specifically targeted at people who are going to be familiar with those terms.
So cool. Like. Yeah, actually, that's really neat.
So no joke, LGBTQ A2S+ and Global Queer Community Roundtable. What the hell does that even mean? Oh my god,
okay, I have been in the room with some of these and obviously walked out afterwards, but it's just them in a circle talking about how it's just a victimhood meetup.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
I feel like a victim of that title.
Making the first Afro fantasy.
Okay. So something weird there about
excellent critique,
like, victimhood being made up.
Westside Tyler, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
LGBTQ, etc., etc. LGBTQ. Yeah, here we go. It's a round table. So presumably this is like a group of speakers, or maybe everybody participates. Interesting. Yeah. So it says LGBTQA2S+ and broader queer community faces unique challenges in the. That's weird. It's weird sentence structure. I left off the that's why. Sorry, I'm tired. Faces unique challenges in the games industry, from discrimination and lack of representation leadership roles. Yeah, this guy, affectionately elsewhere on the left here, this gentleman in the white and the brown with the glasses, we call him Nega Tyler. He's like a lesser West Side Tyler.
Oh!
The East Side Tyler. That's what it should be. I don't know why it took me that long to think of that. He's East Side Tyler. It's interesting though because he said that it's just made up, implying that like people from the queer community are not marginalized. Weird alternative reality that these guys live in.
Well, it's just funny too because they kind of give away giving away the game. It feels like this whole thing is them just giving away the game. They're like they laugh at the idea that queer people would have complaints, but the moment that they hear LGBTQ, they start laughing and they go, "What does that even mean?" Where it's like, okay, first of all, you guys have been making that joke for 10 years. You know what it means. Like, even if you don't like it, you know what it means. Don't fucking pretend anymore. But it's also just like the fact that they immediately respond to even the mention of LGBTQ people at all. That kind of reveals the fact that, yeah, there is a fucking bias, isn't there?
Kind of fascinating. So the beginning acknowledgement here is discrimination and lack of representation in leadership roles, to pay equity issues, and workplace microaggressions. So, you know, people are mistreating you in the workplace. You're not being paid the same as other people for the same work. And then you're not getting promoted as much as other people as a demographic, or hired for higher positions, as the case may be. Yeah, those are real issues. That's real inequality. You know, so unless you think that like queer people are just less capable, which is weird.
Yeah, facts over feelings people just suddenly become a little puff of smoke the moment that you point out the demonstrable fact that queer people of all types are heavily discriminated against for pay, for hiring, for promotions in nearly every industry that has been well studied and proven. They just disappear. You know, they just don't. All of a sudden, all of a sudden, their feelings are really important.
You know, at least to say of a group, maybe individuals.
Thank you, Acelaces. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for the kind words.
Yeah, then that is a symptom of discrimination. Let's see. Discuss potential solutions for improving the representation and inclusion of queer people in the industry and in-game content. Okay, you want to make queer stuff? Here's what you can do about it. You want to, you know, be a game developer or work somewhere in this industry, but you're gay, you're trans, etc., etc. Here's how you do it. Discussions include an overview of the current state of the industry, key areas of concern, and actionable steps to improve the representation and inclusion of queer people in the games industry. Yeah. So I mean, it does seem like it's kind of a roundtable for everybody to participate in, which is chill. But it seems like everybody's welcome. You know, it's just focused on these types of issues. To insinuate that like it's just like made up oppression is a little weird. You know, you'd think, right, that you wouldn't just tell a bold-faced lie like that. You know?
By the way, if you've been enjoying this, please make sure that you click like and subscribe down below. And make sure that you also go over and subscribe to Chariot's channel as well. Chariot makes amazing, amazing content. Always very thoughtful and thought-provoking, and there's a reason why I love reacting to Chariot stuff. Her stuff is amazing, and you all should go subscribe to Chariot TV. Let's continue.
That is just not true.
Oh, thank you, Acelaces. Appreciate
and
that.
it is stark how untrue it is. All right, I guess let's skip ahead a little bit.
Right? I'm not opposed to, you know, a MMO that's based in an African kind of fantasy adaptation, right? Shadiversity, the first Afro-fantasy MMORPG, lessons on intersectionality in game dev. Okay, this is where it got ruined, right? I'm not opposed to,
Wait, I actually wonder, I think I know about that MMO. I wonder if it's the MMO I'm thinking of.
That's based in an African kind of fantasy adaptation of African culture and stuff like that. We have medieval European fantasy, you know, adaptations and Japanese fantasy adaptations, Middle Eastern fantasy adaptations, you know, that's Aladdin and all that stuff. So I'm not opposed to that. But now it's like, it's the fundamental thing that the reason they're making that game, intersectionality. And that's where you've jumped the shark, because intersectionality is just a word for racism and bigotry, basically.
Well,
what?
There's a game that is very similar to. It's kind of based around like Somalia.
Yeah, again, knee jerk. This is neuron activation on the most basic level. Bad word I don't like.
Somalian, Haitian sort of cultures. It's called Rust. It's a very popular MMORPG. Don't worry, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's just like, you're on the high seas, you're robbing ships and stuff.
I am seeing some similarities in Haiti.
Holy shit.
At the moment.
Is that just like a dig at like people from Somalia and Haiti? That's a little weird. I mean, whatever, brother. So, if you go to Crenshaw's Wikipedia page, one of the things that you'll find is if you scroll down, there's a little section for intersectionality. This is the lady. This is the lady. She did the thing. Amazing. Beautiful. Fantastic. Origins of the concept. In 1989, Crenshaw coined the term intersectionality in her essay Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex, a black feminist critique of anti-discrimination doctrine, feminist theory, and anti-racist politics. Finally. This is a PDF. Thank you, Chicago Unbound and University of Chicago. Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex, a black feminist critique of anti-discrimination doctrine, feminist theory, and anti-racist politics. It's not a crazy long document, but one of the things that I would like to point out is that guys like Shad, right? Should I say this like he would? Okay, guys like Shad, all right, okay? The way that they'll do this.
Oh, your Shad voice is better than mine. I always accidentally do a British voice, and I just don't care enough to change it. Your Shad voice is way better than mine.
Is that they will just bullshit their way through these conversations, okay? I would like to make some AI pornography of my wife's face on Supergirl's body. There will be 3 sons in it, okay? And, I can draw. Actually, my art is at a professional level, okay? Anyway, sorry.
He's Australian, right?
I'm not doing myself any favors with my terrible
That's a way better impersonation.
What Crenshaw is critiquing here, and she says it from the beginning, is what she calls a single-axis framework that is dominant in anti-discrimination law. When we reacted to the Real Radham Arch Warhammer debate, this came up, and at the end I showed a clip from a talk that Crenshaw gave, and we watched a little bit of that and commented on it, because she explained in that talk, again, I'll link that video in the description, you guys can skip around to the part where we talk about that. She explains in that talk what she means by intersectionality and where this idea comes from. Basically, the principle of the thing is if you had anti-discrimination suits and you're discriminated against, let's say you're a white woman, you're discriminated against for being a woman, you have a lawsuit, right, on your hands. Same thing for being a black man, not on the basis of gender, but on the basis of race. But for black women, there was a sort of bias against them because the principle of the thing appeared to some people that they would be given 2 bites at the apple, so to speak, I believe is the phrase that Crenshaw uses in that talk. And so what Crenshaw was seeing is actually black women were getting less justice and less compensation because they belonged to 2 of those groups. And so what she tries to do in this essay is lay out exactly what's wrong with that and try to forge a path forward. It's not an essay about how racism is good or whatever made up nonsense people like Shadiversity would like to push. If you guys join
I would love to hear his justification for why he thinks intersectionality is a code word for racism. But the reality is, I know he doesn't actually have that path of logic in his brain. He hasn't thought that out. It's just I know that intersectionality is supposed to be bad because of the conservative media that I've absorbed and because I see people angry about it. So it's gotta be bad. I don't think he actually, like, I would be amazed to see if he actually ever can describe the reason why he thinks intersectionality as a concept is racist. I don't know. Like, I'm fascinated because one thing that you hear a lot of is that, like, so conservatives will generally say, oh, they'll say things like, oh, diversity initiatives are racist because you believe that the bar needs to be lowered for insert minority group here. And that's racist of you, actually. It's the bigotry of low expectations. That's what they like to say. That's like their usual approach. But the intersectionality thing, saying like intersectionality is racist, like how do you even come to that? Like what do you mean by that? Like how do you even come to that? I've not ever heard a conservative explain that. But also I don't hear many conservatives like ranting and raving about intersectionality explicitly. They usually just go, intersectionality, that's a cringe word I don't like. Just like Shad is doing now. Uncle Gumbald says, because you're just supposed to forget about race? Yeah, maybe, I guess. But it's like, that's not even really what intersectionality is talking about. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah.
Discord or whatever, I guess I'll link that in the description too. You can hop in and I'll send you like whatever Crenshaw stuff.
It's funny too, because this is really weird, but there are class reductionist leftists, quote unquote, who actually do attempt a critique of intersectionality. And it's a flawed critique, but, and I can't believe I'm doing this, to their credit, it's at least grappling with the actual concept of intersectionality, if in a flawed manner. And the class reductionist lefties basically say that intersectionality is a tool that convinces people to basically spend their time trying to add up oppression points. And I don't think that's accurate at all. I think that's quite silly and a fairly weird way to approach it, obviously. But at the very least, the class reductionist leftist types, they're actually talking about something. Whereas the conservatives are literally like, you know, they just hear the word intersectionality and go, that's racist! And you go, what? Oh. Get 'em, Chariot. Get 'em! Take 'em down!
I happen to have on hand, or any other like CRT stuff, because I have been reading about this and we'll be doing some more videos where I talk about it. It's not easy, right? Like it's not a perfectly easy subject to cover because it's a complicated topic. But I think that like the way that people like Shad would prefer to talk about it is like it's just reverse racism. That's an old canard that got thrown at racial justice when I was a child. It continued when I was a teenager, and now, you know, it's still happening when I'm an adult. So I guess this is just the way things are, and this is just the way people...
Oh yeah, that's another good point from Chariot. The reverse racism is another one that conservatives will use. But again, the reverse racism thing usually isn't directed at intersectionality specifically. They're usually saying like, oh, well, you know, any diversity initiative or whatever is usually what they aim that at. It's very strange to me to see these guys like specifically being so negatively activated in such a thoughtless way to intersectionality specifically.
Gonna interpret this stuff. And Shad, in complete bad faith, by the way, just because he's willing to make things up about people, which I think I've shown here, and elsewhere as well. Shad, because he's a liar, and because he's willing to just talk a load of crap, purely out of ego, is just bad-mouthing this scholar, right? And I just think that's not okay. You really, you know, if you wanted to critique Crenshaw's work, I think that's fine. In fact, I think in an academic sense, it's actually welcome. But this is, you know, saying, actually, sorry, that's Michael Knowles' jump scare there. Saying, actually, when they say that they want intersectionality, what they're saying, okay, is actually racism is good. You know, if you can, if you can give me where Crenshaw says that it's cool to be racist, then I guess I'd have to fold on that point. You know, just send me the context of where she says that, like an essay or a book and like a page number or something, and I will look into it to potentially revise my stance. But until such time as you can do that, I don't think guys like this know what they're talking about when they're talking about Crenshaw. It's kind of absurd. And one of these days, we'll prove that with citations.
Just wanted to answer a YouTube chatter asked if I play piano. Yes, I do.
But today we're just talking about a Shadiversity video.
Change the rules, co-ops, unions, and other labor structures. Like, again, you thought this doesn't have direct ties to socialist, communist kind of policy. The whole it's the redistribution of wealth, redistribution of labor, and you know, taking things for what people have, and you know, all that stuff. It comes down ultimately to communism, essentially. And now they're actually trying to push actual co-op.
The idea that co-ops are communism, god damn it. I hate that there were people who were pushing that. That just really lights a fire under me, because it's you know, please show me where Marx said that again, or just like where are you getting this from? But I think this is an important point, because if we search it up, of course, we'll get to hear what it's about. And we'll see whether all this fear-mongering is really worth it. But before we read this, I would just like to say we didn't do this part in the original React. When he reacts that way, I think it's a bit of a tell. A lot of people have expressed this question, like, or just kind of an implicit sense, I guess would be a better way of saying it. Either they're wondering why Shadiversity is the way that he is, or they're really invested in like this kind of feeling, or have divested themselves rather from this channel, from Shadiversity's channels, once they found out that he is this way. So they had a realization at some point. I can't tell you how many people I've seen, my comment sections, especially a couple other people's comment sections. I saw this a bunch at one point in, I think, one of Tyler's videos, Westside Tyler, shout out. Yeah, I've seen this a ton. It's actually kind of incredible. A lot of people have been saying that they're done with Shad, and I think it's interesting to think about why that might be. And I think if you look at this particular objection, the fact that he is immediately jumping to like, oh my god, it's full communism when you have unions. I mean, like, teachers have unions, man. Or like, are all teachers communists? I don't think that makes any sense. You know, I just don't think that makes any sense. But
the state of the conservative culture war is an endless front. Quite literally, it is war against all things that they believe are different at all. It is anything that even gives them the slightest idea of kindness or you know, doubt in the current order of things is dangerous. It is incredible. And I mean, I don't know. This is how they always trend, right? They've got this purge instinct where it's like, if you're not perfectly in line with my asinine and underinformed, stupid, smug, bitchy worldview, then you have to die or something. Like, that's ultimately what it comes to. It's just like, yeah, they're gonna laugh and try and mock anybody who says, you know, hey, maybe bosses shouldn't have the right to like beat their employees. And they're like, fucking hippie. And it's just like, oh, like, this is where we're at. But the fact is, it's always where conservatism is at. They get tired, you know. They work themselves up. They blow a load in their underpants, and then they get tired for a little bit, and then they go right back to it every single time.
Shadiversity is an employer. I've seen him do videos where he talks about hiring people. These guys here, these little chuckleheads, they work for him. They're his employees. So every time you watch a Shad video, you have to understand this is a guy who is paying these other people. He's their employer. So when he goes on a rant about how scary and spooky unions are, that's a bit of a tell. I can't readily imagine Shad's employees unionizing to any great effect, but if there were some sort of larger like content creators union or something like that they were a part of, that would be a way that they could bargain against any poor pay or conditions that they had as a result of the way Shad runs his business. And Shad,
that is impressive.
That. So
sorry.
I think that's a bit of a tell as to why he's this type of guy. Some people, they get a little bit of power and they're just the same person you always knew. And some people, they get a little bit of a power and they become like a drive-through tyrant,
Somebody said that Shadiversity was live right now. Hold on a second. There you go. There you go, Joe Dax. It's Chariot TV. Apparently, somebody said that Shad was live right now, and I wanted to go see. It might be on his other channel, but I wanted to check on this out of curiosity. It doesn't look like he streams onto this channel anymore. And I just find his live stream list very funny. Medieval Nerd, Elden Ring Let's Play. We got, I'm struggling, YouTube is still broken, what can we do to fix it? Exposing YouTube and fighting back. Reacting to Medieval trailer, reply, how to make everything. I don't know, there's something funny about all this. With the way he does his reaction faces, I don't know. There's just something about it, okay? I don't have anything really to say, but it just made me, besides that, it just made me laugh a little bit. It just looked funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who said he was live. I don't think he's live, but I just thought it was kind of funny. Anyway, let's continue. That was just a random thing.
Karen's that kind of guy. Shad has big Karen.
Jinx says recently he's been complaining about his ad revenue and subscribers dropping. Of course, people are going to dip when he criticizes the Rings of Power with racist and sexist remarks. Yeah, I mean, his channel has gotten more and more ridiculous, and it's going to alienate people. But I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. It's I said exactly what I thought about Shadiversity and his channel. He has not made a lot of friends anywhere. His approach to talking about basically everything, it's not, it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't even appeal to the angry people, because he doesn't have the ability to generate fear and anger and panic like a Tucker Carlson type does. He doesn't have it. He just kind of whines smugly, and yeah, I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
Energy in a lot of these videos. So anyway, co-ops, unions, other game labor structures. What's it about? Join us. Wow. For a lively discussion, for a lively conversation, I'm already getting it wrong, about games and work, led by industry expert Marie LeBlanc Flanagan. Not going to get the names wrong anymore. From Game Arts International Network, who dug deep into researching worker-owned video game studios, I probably got it wrong anyway, and unions in games. Oh my god, there's another name. Michael Iantorno. Is that right? I hope that's right. From Concordia University. This session presents a wealth of insights from their compelling comic and supporting white paper, exploring alternative labor modes like co-ops and unions in the gaming industry. So again, gain unique perspectives from representatives of acclaimed co-op studios like KO_OP, like pronounced like co-op presumably, but it reads a bit differently. Glory Society, Future Club, etc. This is to fearmonger about this is a nothing burger. There's no reason to be upset about this. There is no reason to be angry about this, to fearmonger about this. It's ridiculous.
We'll just speed run the rest. So empowering through games and collaboration in and with Africa. Navigating leadership. Insights from LGBTQ+. Oh, they didn't have... That's not inclusive enough. It needs to be LGBTQA2S+. Thank you.
You reckon the group saw was like, oh, crap,
What have we done?
That excluded people.
I've got to go to the cancel culture one now.
So this is LGBTQ+ management in gaming, because if your manager is an LGBT person, then...
That joke doesn't even work. That joke doesn't... I don't even... What is the joke? So the joke is they made fun of LGBTQIA2S before, and then now the joke is that, oh, I mixed up the letters and I'm gonna get canceled. Don't you think that you would have gotten canceled for making fun of the concept before, or maybe for making jokes about the N-word, or maybe for making blatantly racist jokes about people in Haiti? It just, what? What's the, what, like, the joke doesn't even work.
Just better because they're LGBT, which is inherently bigoted in my mind, but that's what they actually think. Like, it is preferential, something to be celebrated and lauded.
Hang on. Insights from LGBTQ plus managers in gaming. So we looked at the talk earlier that was about how there are fewer queer people in managerial roles or leadership roles. This just has a takeaway. The description's really short. It says, attendees will leave the LGBTQ manager roundtable equipped with insights on inclusive management practices, personal growth strategies, and the importance of advocacy. They'll be inspired by success stories and empowered to foster LGBTQ plus inclusivity within their organizations, promoting diversity and positive change in the gaming industry. So, like, here's some stories from these managers. Here's how they deal with stuff. Here's how they succeeded. You know, here's what you can do. It seems pretty straightforward. But again, Shad has to put this coat of paint on it, like these people are supremacists. There's nothing supremacist about this textually. So he's just reading into it uncharitably and writing a fan fiction for his followers.
Yeah.
So that's Shadiversity. That's the kind of guy he is. Once again, very interesting, but that's not the end of the story. Because as you might have noticed, there's another Shad video on Night's Watch. GDC devs scream at the sky like babies to change industry, and it's embarrassing.
Welcome back to the watch. Nathan, have you ever...
How much we want to bet that we're going to see some baby rage, and none of it will be footage from GDC?
Had a moment, a time in your life where things are just so apocalyptic, you needed to scream?
That's kind of your whole bit, my man. That's kind of your entire bit. He literally says that he gets, like, he will literally say, this shit is so dark, this leftist communist bullshit is spread so far, it's depressing, I'm angry. It's like literally his whole show.
But you don't self-report. You know.
I would say, when times get tough, I have outlets for things, but I wouldn't say it's screaming.
Yeah.
Because that hurts the voice.
Well, it does, but also, like, what type of person, or I should really reframe person to say age, do you see people just lose it and just start screaming?
Like kids, basically.
Yeah, kids, children, babies, essentially.
Ivory Inferno says, Shad is literally the squealer. What is he on about? Ah, right? Have we forgotten the Elden Ring review? By the way, if you're watching this and you're having fun, you gotta go right now and watch my response to Shadiversity's Elden Ring review. It's a video up on my channel. Just search Elden Ring on my channel and you'll find it. I promise you, you will not regret it. That is the perfect example of Shadiversity working himself up into a baby rage and screeching over nothing. It is amazing. Not only that, he got so mad at Elden Ring that he ended up getting in a protracted beef with a guy who pointed out that he was factually wrong. Very gently, mind you.
a YouTuber that I really like called Zeostorm pointed out that like Shadiversity just he just was wrong factually about certain elements of his critique of Elden Ring. And it made Shad so mad that he made a screeching, raging response at a guy who was just like, dude, I think you're kind of wrong about this.
Okay, so this is interesting. GDC, Game Developers Conference.
So, it's a video where he calls them babies. He's gonna rip into the GDC devs. We really don't have to watch the whole thing.
Oh damn it!
I just wanted to play a short little clip there.
Does he get mad?
Just a little bitty clip, just so we can get a taste of what his coverage of that was like, how he led into it, how he set it up. These people are like babies screaming at the sky. Oh my gosh, they just want to change the industry. They're screaming like babies. Man, I really don't think YouTubers have any room to talk about this. This is a profession almost predicated on having over-the-top emotional reactions to things, which Shad does all the time. I don't know about screaming necessarily, but the guy has gone into hysterics on a regular basis for a long time now. I mean, he'll get red in the face, he'll be yelling, he'll be raising his voice. Again, you know, like a temper tantrum. I think anybody can do this. You can be like, oh, you're losing your temper, you're like a child. Okay, well, you know, what's actually happening here? Well, there's an article about it, and we can just read the article. We don't have to trust Shad's coverage of it. At the Game Developers Conference, the games industry really needed a good scream. 50 developers met today for a coordinated group scream to lament the state of the industry. So here's some people. They're dissatisfied. They're expressing it in an emotional scream. Like it's a big group event. I think, you know.
I went to one of these at my college. It was called Primal Scream. And it was a sort of tongue-in-cheek finals. You do it during finals week. At the end of finals week, there would be a big festival, and one of the events that they would do was called a Primal Scream. And you would go there, and they had tons of free food, and they had tons of free like hot chocolate and all kinds of stuff. And they get everyone together, and you just yell together. Like, it's for fun. It's like for getting stress out. It's not super serious. I mean, sometimes there's a statement attached to it, you know, like, wow, that was stressful, but it's really not the biggest. Don't red pill guys do big scream on their events too? Yeah, they do. It's really funny. I don't know. These guys got nothing. These fucking medieval LARPers, they really don't have anything. They've got nothing. This is what, no wonder they're having audience burnout. It's fucking tiring.
Functionally, it's, by the way, this is at the Game Developers Conference. They called it GD Scream.
Calliope. Good night, Calliope. Good night. Sanji says, I don't get why they feel so threatened by the consideration of different needs. There are so many areas where it can help people to live a better life. Office design can be done in a way to support neurodivergent people to do their everyday job well. This might even be helpful for neurotypical people. Research helps us understand that better by step by step. Well, yeah, I mean, these people are afraid of shadows. People like Shad are, they are quite literally afraid of every single noise that happens around them that they project liberalism onto. It's very weird.
Yeah, it's interesting. So it says, one of the organizers wore a shirt printed with Munches the Scream. Another participant wore a shirt printed with an ice cream cone. At exactly noon, the cluster of individuals from all corners of game development let loose a loud scream that lasted for several seconds. As it trailed off, the group broke into relieved laughter and applause before slowly dispersing.
Yeah, look, they all laugh about it. It's so common. Every single college does little events like this. It's whatever.
They said half jokingly on Facebook, they posted about this this feeling of powerlessness that they had, And then people actually saw, hey, like this would be a funny thing to do, and they got together and they did it. And it seems like people appreciated it because they all got to experience this terrible state of this industry, and then they got to come together and see other people who had the same feelings as them. So what I think this is it's really affirming, you know. I don't think organizing an event, coming together to support each other, and then laughing about it afterward is really that childish. You know, if you're just focusing in on the micro, like, oh, a scream happened. Okay, well, I see a lot of people raise their voices all the time doing all kinds of work, especially nonsense YouTube videos where they snipe at people, you know. I'm not doing it here. I'm sure I've yelled on stream before, though. Like, I'm 100% sure I've done it. I think there's a clip on the...
I definitely have. I'm proud of when I've yelled on stream before.
Gaming channel where I'm playing Code Vein, and I have this like bad Xbox mic from years and years ago, and I scream when I fall off the map. Classic stream lore. You know, whatever. Sometimes people yell. Get over it, I guess. But the thing that's interesting is that there's real stories of people working in this industry. This person, Siegel, noting that while they had a very blessed 16-year career in games, they were struggling to recommend aspiring game developers to enter the industry due to the current conditions, which they said were tragic. Yeah, I've seen a lot of coverage of this. Frankly, it's really sad. Like, for example, here, the layoffs in the past couple of years have been absolutely horrible, said Robin Lobuglio. I think that's right. Names. Gameplay programmer at Tender Claws. My partner was actually laid off almost 18 months ago. It's nuts. We scream because we're angry, but also we're here because we really want people to know that you don't just have to be angry. You don't just have to feel hopeless. And I think it's really urgent in this time that people use the leverage that we have, that we unionize. Whoa, what is this, communism? Joseph Stalin? Oh, you want to be in a union? Whatever. Sorry, Shad's just such a clown. Because while you have a job, you have that leverage, there's still time. I think the last year has shown us that if we don't stand up for ourselves, they will treat us like trash. You know, it's interesting because this sentiment being expressed here, that they have to stand up for themselves and that this industry is in a really bad place, this has real stakes for these people because this is their livelihoods.
Yeah, it's actually wild too because the game industry is in a horrible state. There has just been month after month after month of major game studios doing mass layoffs over and over and over again. Obviously, the people who work in those industries are going to be pissed off about it. Like, not even just the ones who lose their jobs. I know people who work in the games industry who have had their workflows disrupted because their company fired people that they were working with. They kept their job, and their job is worse now because they lost people that they relied on.
You know, like they have bills to pay based on having these jobs, and they're talking about like terrible layoffs and stuff like that, bad working conditions. The state of the games industry affects these people arguably more than anybody, whereas Shadiversity has an online career where he will just snipe at video games, usually directed at the devs as well, by the way. Frequently he'll snipe at developers, and we've seen this in his weird little tantrum about GDS, or GDC, excuse me. GDS is the event, GDC is the conference. It's just really unfortunate. This guy has zero self-awareness. At the end of the day, you know, like what's the absolute worst experience that somebody can have like with these games from the perspective of somebody in Shad's audience? Like, oh, I bought a game and there was a bunch of progressive stuff in it, and I wasted my money because maybe it doesn't work really well, or I didn't like it. Okay, you know, like this is Karen stuff basically, and I'm not saying that caring at all about products and good like consumer side protections is being a Karen, but I am saying that being this level of bitter and just cruel about it, that does trend into Karen behavior. But people like this don't see it that way. Whereas these people actually suffer. I'm sorry, dude. It's such a bigger deal. Like, oh, you put money into a bad. Oh, you saw that the new game. Oh, there's like a black lady in it or something. Boo hoo. These people are losing their jobs.
Hello, Cleaver.
You know, they got families to feed. It's such a difference, and I just think that the behavior is so, on the one hand, like fragile on Shad's behalf, and then he turns around and he belittles these people. He calls them children. But they're the ones who really have it the worst. So it's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. And this man, I think, is like constitutionally lacking in empathy. He has no soul. This is a soulless man. This is a man with no...
I actually do. Yeah, I do think it's like a lack of empathy thing, but I think also the vibe I get from Shadiversity, and this is a little bit of armchair psychology, is more fear. Like, he seems like a guy who's genuinely afraid of everything. Like, I don't think it's just a lack of empathy. And this is, again, armchair psychology here. I don't know the guy. But from everything I've seen of him, he genuinely just seems afraid of anything changing in a way that he's mildly uncomfortable with. Like, it truly seems to scare him to his core. I don't know. I do think he is lacking in empathy, though. Obviously, I mean, he just laughs when he hears like, we did this cool thing for disabled people, and it also saved our studio money. And he's like, ah,
no heart. So that's all I had to say about that. I just wanted to give you guys a little update on things I've learned, things I've seen since I.
This man has no balls. Basically, is what the conclusion of this is. No, I'm kidding, of course. Shadiversity is one of those guys where there are so many dumb chuds on YouTube, okay? And reacting to most of them or analyzing most of them has become increasingly boring because they're just boring people. I'm thinking of someone like what's his name? The Quartering. The Quartering is genuinely unwatchable. It's not even funny to see his stuff. The same thing goes for Tim Pool. Like, Tim Pool is somebody where I was just like, there's no shot that we're gonna react to anything that Tim Pool does that's not like a debate in his studio. If it's somebody else there arguing with him, then it gets kind of interesting because he's on the back foot. But his actual, like, his core show is so boring and repetitive, it's almost unwatchable. And Shadiversity is also repetitive and boring, but his sort of clumsiness and buffoonery is unique. And I don't know. I like that he gives the game away all the time. That's very funny to me. There's not a whole lot of conservatives that like do it like that like unintentionally just blow the cover. You know, because people like Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh, those guys are like the far right dudes, you know? Like their show, they do media stuff, but their show is like, it's an obviously, you know, it's an obvious show that's supposed to be like, yeah, you know, we're the side that won't, you don't get to hear us, even though we have huge platforms. They're just like, you know, we're the suppressed speech. They're the ones, we're the dark side, you know? And people like Shadiversity and all these like middle road guys, they're supposed to kind of like pretend that they're like just media guys, that you're a regular guy, you know? He just likes medieval stuff, but he can't do it. He just kind of gives it all away. It's funny. And I, you know, for all of his baby rage, I do appreciate that. I appreciate the buffoonery on display. And, but more importantly than that, I appreciate Chariot. All of you should go make sure that you subscribe to Chariot TV. Of course, this video will be linked in the description when we put it up, but here's the link right now. Go leave some love, comments, likes, and go subscribe. And of course, if you like this video, subscribe to myself, Demon Mama, as well. And I'd love to invite you to tell me your thoughts down below. Are you a former Shadiversity fan? I've heard from a lot of you. In fact, the last video I did on Shadiversity, the Elden Ring one that I mentioned, which you should definitely go watch, The last time when I talked about that, the comments were full of people who said they used to watch his stuff and that they even still kept watching for a little bit when he started doing politics stuff, but that they've been completely incapable of engaging with his stuff the more and more it's gone on because of the smug, annoying callousness that he constantly puts on display. It's interesting. Anyway, thanks for watching. Deeply appreciate it. Deeply appreciate you, and keep hearing the signal. Got it, got to wrap it off with a mispronunciation, Yeah. That was fun. What time is it? It is 10:30. We have been going for almost 6 hours. It's time. It's time, everybody. I gotta wrap up. I gotta wrap up because I said we might have to go early because I have to get up early tomorrow and do a lot of work. All right. I did say I would do your memes. All right, we'll do one more thing. Well, I'll hit you with these memes. I'll give you all some brain damage before we go. This channel. I don't like this channel, but all right. Here, you guys can judge. I won't poison the well. Watch
so there's more to Halo than just Master Chief. Correct. Like actual lore. Also correct.
Oh my god. Dude. The volume.
So there's more to Halo than just Master Chief. Correct.
Fuck!
Like actual lore. Also correct. Where does it start? Ancient alien. What? Yeah, long before Master Chief and the Covenant, there was a race known as the Precursors because they came before everyone else. Exactly. And basically
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't do this. I hate this channel so much. I can't do it. I'm rejecting this meme. It's going into the garbage. I'm sorry. I fucking hate it. No, I'm sorry. I can't stand, like, it's a fake premise. It's like explaining Halo to a friend, and the premise is like, the idea is that it's super convoluted and your friend can't follow it. But the reality is it's just normal fucking lore. Like, what do you, in a fantasy sci-fi world, things are different and you might have a different history. Oh, there were aliens in the past in this fantasy universe? Oh my God. Hold on, everybody. Okay. So, in the beginning, the Maiar all got together under Iluvatar, and they were told to sing a song in the universe. Well, they were singing a song because they wanted to hear music, right? No, it's because the songs would actually help influence creation. And then, many years later, there was a hobbit. A hobbit? That's like a little short guy, right? That's right, it's a hobbit. And then the hobbit, he had to go on an adventure. Okay, he had to go on an adventure because he wanted to have fun? No, he wanted to go on an adventure because somebody told him he should go on an adventure and he needed to grow out of his shell. Oh, what? Out of his shell? And there were dwarves. Dwarves? Now they have dwarves now? Just, I'm sorry. Like, that's literally, okay, fine. You don't believe me? Fine, we'll watch the rest of the fucking video. Watch.
Played God and evolved to the humans, the Forerunners, and the Prophets. Wait, so why aren't they around during Halo? We'll get to that later, but of the three races they created, the Forerunners became the most technologically advanced and were given what's known as the mantle of responsibility. And that is precursor ideology that the most advanced race is supposed to help out all the other ones. Oh, so basically you help the little guy out? Exactly, but the precursors thought that the
Okay, do you see what I'm talking about? It's literally, I can't even parody it. It's just, I'm going to tell you the lore of a game, but I'm going to say it in a dramatic voice that implies that what I'm saying is somehow unbelievable or otherworldly. Whatever.
All right. All right. That was fine. That was fine. That was good. That was fine. Okay, yeah. See, Ashmar, a video about Kingdom Hearts lore that had that kind of delivery would probably work, because Kingdom Hearts lore is genuinely confusing and also nonsensical. Like, there will be 3 guys who all have the exact, like, who have basically the same name, and we're all pretending to be one another, and you're just supposed to be able to figure that out as in like a kid's game. But even still. No, Mr. Krabs, no. No. 2 is enough. No replacement memes. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. My God. Replacement meme for the replacement meme. My God. I'm excited for the new studio, but I'm also sitting here going, dear God, tomorrow is going to be so exhausting. Anyway, it's definitely time for me to wrap up. I'm not going to do any sort of takedown of this stream because there's not all that much to pack up or take down. This studio is very different than my old one, and I don't know. It was special to do it the first time. This time, not quite the same. No, there's no takedown. There's not that much to take down. What am I gonna do, pack up the piano? There's like 4 things over there, you know? This studio is very different than the last one. The next one is going to be even better. I've been a little nervous about all this, but all I want to say is thank you all for supporting me. Wait, let me make sure I didn't miss any donos. Did I miss any donos? I did. Al the Healer with the $2. Never forget rule number 1. Indeed, Al the Healer. Thank you so much for your first ever live stream super chat. Let me just double check the website and make sure I didn't miss any on there. Thank you so much, Al the Healer. Website chat, did I miss any? No, I didn't miss any. I want to say thank you all for supporting me. Thank you for being here along with me on this wild ride. And here's to the future. Here's to the new studio. I'll see you all after a short break. Ron's KFC says, whoa, 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 whoa. You're tearing down the studio? Yeah, we're moving to the new studio, Ron's KFC. This is the last stream from this studio. This is it right here. Make sure you go watch it. We had a good time tonight. A really good time tonight. We had a lot of people come in, which is really wonderful. But most importantly, I had some of my most amazing, long-term, creative, and amazing community members come in tonight, including a bunch of friends, people who I consider my genuine friends. I also told a really funny story about a Red Bull throne. DS2 next stream? For sure, of course. I meant to do it this stream, but like I said at the beginning of the stream, time is the most important because I have to rest. I need to have the energy to do stuff tomorrow. Oh, you're all good, Ron's KFC. You don't have to apologize at all. Thank you so much for supporting the show. I really mean it. Anyway, it's been an honor. I'll see you all in a little bit. Things will be different when I come back. But thank you all for being here. And I promise you, I got some exciting stuff coming this way. It's going to be a big relief to be in the new studio at long last. Anyway, salute to the old studio. And thanks for all the fish.